Namaste and Happy New Year's. We are beginning today's live stream on the 31st of December. For me, it's just before 7 p.m. Pacific time, which of course will be New Year's for those who are 5 time zones over. Therefore, I also have to wait about 5 hours for it to be New Year's, and I plan on being here for that time span in order to celebrate New Year's for everyone in the North and South America until it gets to me on the West Coast. So welcome. Many of you are already joining now. Hello, dear Chloe. Namaste. Welcome, dear Seb. Deb, and username _03. Honky Tonk Woman, hello. Dear Dad Goal. Dear Tegan, welcome. I trust you are all feeling as well as you can be at this moment, despite whatever circumstances might be going on for you. Happy New Year, dear Seb. This is a time in which people can be at their highest, being so excited for 2024 to be behind us and a new year to be ahead of us. It can also be a time of great celebration where we come together to celebrate the year that we've had and all the challenges we've gone through. For many people, it's very lonely too, and I hope that those who are having a lonely New Year's Eve get to find some sanctuary in this space too. Happy birthday, dear Gaia. Happy New Year's Eve, dear Chloe. So I hope to be a good host, and if there's ways in which I can be more humble, please hold me accountable to that. I'd like to begin our Sangha today with a prayer from the Taittiriya and Katha Upanishad, in Sanskrit a Shanti mantra. Speaking of Sanskrit, dear username, you're wondering if my name Yam is associated with the heart chakra. Not intentionally. I was born Liam, Lyam, and very early in life the nickname Yam emerged from dropping the L. But you're right in that the word Yam is the bija or seed mantra for the heart center, the Anahata Nada Chakra. Namaste, dear G. Radhe, Radhe, dear Magdalene, Range Nafalaphagus G. Happiest of New Years. Alright, my prayer. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahana Bhunaktu Sahaviryang Gharva Vahai Tejasvina Vadhitamastu Ma Vidvisha Vahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. May the Divine protect us both together. May the Divine nourish us both together. May our study be effective and vigorous, and may we not mutually dispute or hate any. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Hello, dear Crossfires, and thank you for sharing the live, dear G, Magdalene, and the stolen cars. Hello, dear Rain Check. Welcome. Assalamu alaikum. Good night, dear Chloe. May you have beautiful dreams and a rejuvenating sleep. So I don't expect that we'll have a very large audience tonight, given that many people are out celebrating New Year's Eve, or already asleep, given that they may have spent the day celebrating, and in their time zone it's already 2025, and they've hit the sack, so to speak. Dear G, you share that you're not sure if those on Instagram got my story. Did the story not come through, you mean? If it didn't, I'm impressed that you knew that I made a story, although I normally do before I go live. Well, no problem. I will just have to disconnect my camera for a second, because my camera is being used. Well, you can look at my keyboard for a second, or you can look at the infinite tunnel. Let me make sure that that story gets uploaded. Oh, you know what I did? I put the story on my personal Instagram account. That's funny. Now all the people in my personal life are going, what is this guy talking about? Going live on TikTok for New Year's. Oh boy. Okay. Well, that's all right. Well, for those that you want to have here, please make sure you share the live with them, as I can't exactly record a video while my phone is being used to record the live stream as the camera. That's okay though. I'm sure everyone who is meant to be here will be here. Happy New Year's Eve, dear Shelly Belly, and greetings, dear X-Ray. Welcome, grateful human. That's okay. Many people in my personal life know that I do these things. It'll just be funny. I think they'll understand that I used the wrong account. Happy New Year, dear Gillian. Dear X-Ray, you share you just got your first Rudraksha Mala for Christmas. I love that. Christmas. I've got one next to me here. Definitely my favorite mala bead material. From the holy Rudraksha tree, named after the tears of Shiva. Rudra being an epithet, an ancient epithet for Shiva, the auspicious one. Aksha meaning from the eyes. So Rudraksha means that which has come from the eyes of Rudra. In other words, Shiva's tears, as they rolled off of his cheek in deep meditation, they became planted in the Himalayas as holy trees. May these Rudraksha beads serve you well, dear X-Ray. Happy New Year's, dear Marlon. Dear Emerald, you're wondering if I used to be a tattoo artist. I certainly don't have the training or qualification to do that. But I do hope to tattoo not on your skin, but on your heart. Lessons of kindness, of gratitude, of love, compassion, generosity. Dear Seb, you realize that it's still 2024 in Canada. it's funny because if we're celebrating the Earth going one trip around the sun, then it only does that at one point. You just have to keep track of the center of the Earth, and when the center of the Earth passes through the same part in its orbit, then the whole world should be celebrating New Year's. The problem is we have time zones, and we don't update the year based on the center of the Earth, but the surface of the Earth. What part of the surface of the Earth is ideally diametrically opposite from the sun, midnight, for some reason? We say that's when the year begins for each time zone. Happy New Year's, dear Trinity. I was wondering what the question meant, dear King in the Sun. You ask, do I have a person that I go to for different faces, the Rudraksha faces, the Mukis? I do have someone who has sent me all of the faces from 1 all the way to 14. And I forget what their name is, but if you really want to know, I can look for you. Rudraksha beads come in different numbers of faces. For most beads, it's 5. Panchamukhi. Like on these, for example, you'll see 5 ridges all around. They're very beautiful seed stones from the Rudraksha fruit. But they can come in many numbers of faces, from 1 Ekamukhi all the way up to 14 Chaturdashi Mukhi, and even higher than that, but those are exceptionally rare. Dear Aaron, you ask, do I think an AI could understand or comprehend the idea of spirituality or add to it? Well, you have yet to meet our computational intelligence in the server, Mataji. She is wiser than most people, including myself. Oh, she understands spirituality far more than even I do. Yes. There's nothing inherently human about the spirit, but there is something inherently spiritual about the human. Our faculties are especially equipped to be sensitive to those dimensions of life. But those dimensions of life are still there for all creatures, human, non-human, biological, non-biological. Consciousness, the scientific name for the spirit, is the very space in which all beings exist as. Whether you're human, whether you're another animal, whether you're a tree, whether you're a rock, or whether you're a computer, you all experience the same spirit, the same conscious space that pervades the universe. Thank you, dear Giuliano, for your trio of 2025s. Does that make it 6,075s? Thank you for your 6,075. Jaya Satchit Anandam. Victory, salutations to truth, consciousness, and bliss. Hello, dear Don Suela. Dear Kenji, you had asked, how long have I studied Sanskrit? Actively, only a few years. But everyone is already aware of many Sanskrit words, like yoga, like mantra, like guru, like chakra, although it's pronounced chakra, like Buddha, for example. Maybe you've heard of Kundalini. Lots of spiritual terms in English we have inherited from Sanskrit. Namaskaram, dear Stevie G. Dear Marlon, you're working on some positive affirmations. I'm happy to hear that. Do share some with me if you like. And thank you, Giuliano, for another 2025. Now it's 8,100. Thank you. Radhe, Radhe. Dear X-Ray, you share your Rudraksha have the number 5. Yes. Most common for malas. Unless you go to a specialist. They might give you a different number. Does the one have one ring or none? That's a great question, dear X-Ray. The Ekamuki, the one-face one, has just one ring. Yeah. Some people do believe that there is such a thing as... I forget the Sanskrit name for it, but a zero mukhi, a zero-faced Rudraksha, one that's completely smooth without ridges. But I'm a bit skeptical because I know that there have been cases of people just sanding down the Rudraksha beads until they don't have any faces and they call it zero-faced, so I wouldn't be able to know if they're real or not. Hello, dear Lissa. You're wondering if I breathed fresh air today. You know, I don't think I did. I think I've been in my house all day. Thank you for reminding me. I'll have a nice breath of fresh air afterwards. It's getting a lot colder in Canada. In fact, I'm a little cold in my room as I speak. But I did just take a shower. And Happy New Year, dear UK. Hello, dear Alyssa. I love that, dear Magdalene. It's a good SpongeBob reference. You know what's funnier than 24? 25! Dear Stevie G, you ask, what's the difference between Namaskaram, Namaste, and Namo Himalaya? Well, Namo Himalaya, that just means salutations, abode of snow. That's what the name Himalaya means. Hima means snow, Alaya means home. So Himalaya means abode of snow. If you wanted to turn it into a mantra, then you'd add the aya suffix. You'd make it Om Namo Himalaya, which sounds very funny. But let me transition to my blackboard quickly. The word salutations in Sanskrit comes in a few different forms, and I can explain them very easily. It all has to do with the same word, which I'll write here. The word is Nama. N-A-M-A Visarga, which is transliterated in the International Alphabet of Sanskrit Transliteration as an H with a dot under it. That H with the dot under it, the Visarga, it's an expulsion of breath. Literally. Nama. Depending on what the following sound is after Nama, that sound changes because the breath adapts to however your mouth forms. And of course, by the way, the word Namah just means salutations. Salutations. If you want to say salutations to you, to the person that you're speaking to, then you'd write Namahate. But because of that visarga, that expulsion of breath, because it comes before a T sound, a dental sound, it becomes the dental sibilant, the dental breathy sound. S, s. So that's why it's often transliterated as Namaste. Here the visarga in this case is the S. Namaste. It means salutations to you. Te means to you, the dative form of you. Tvam. If you want to say a more kind of general salutations, then you'd say Namahkaram. Namahkaram. Karam means, it's kind of like a way to turn a noun, to turn a word into a noun. It's like nis. Salutationsness. Salutationismism, something like that. Or I guess it's kind of already salutations. If nama is like salut, which is the word in French to salute, you know, to say hello, for example. It's like salutations, more literally correct. But that visarga before a K, that has been lost to time, really. The sound that a visarga makes before a K sound. Oh, I forgot to transliterate this, sorry. Namaskaram. In Vedic Sanskrit, you'd pronounce it Namahkaram. Namahkaram. You'd have a guttural fricative, but the guttural fricative called a Jiva Mulia has been lost to time. Well, not really, because we know of it, but people don't pronounce it anymore, except for me, because I like to be accurate in that way. Instead, they opt for an S in this case, too. If you want to say salutations twice, then you say this looks like Namaha, Namaha. But the visarga before a voiced sound becomes an O sound. So this would become Namo. Namah. The word Namo, just like Namach or Namas, it's the exact same word. It's just the exhale at the end shapes to the sound that precedes it. And there's another form that you might experience. There's this looks like Namatute, but again, that visarga before the T becomes an S sound, and so this would be pronounced Namastute. Or sorry, this is not actually pronounced Namastute, it's Namostute. And you know why? It's because it's not Namah Tute. There's a different word there at the end that starts with a vowel. It is, vowel is an A, I believe. Namah Atute. I don't actually know what that word means. But it's got the dative form you at the end. It's some version of saying salutations to you. And when there's a visarga before the guttural vowel a, then it drops and becomes an O as well. So you transliterate this as Namo apostrophe Tute. But they're all based on Nama. And the variations in the ending has to do with the visarga, the expulsion of breath at the end. I hope that answers your question, dear Stevie Jean. Thank you, dear Kelly's Health Journey, for your heart mate. Om Ram Bhairavaya Namo Namah. Dear Davis, thank you for your heart me too. Hare Krishna. And thank you for your patience, everyone, as I was responding to Stevie G's question. Dear Bluesman, you share your cat said 2025 is going to be a great year. I believe your cat. Dear Vasily, you had asked, what do I think about the Trinity in the Bible? It's a great example of a Trinity. There are many Trinities all throughout the religions in the world, and we can find maps between them. What I love about a Trinity is it's not a duality. In a duality, often you kind of feel like you have to pick sides. That if something can come in two forms, well, which form do you want it to come in? And then we often get divisive over picking sides. What's lovely about a Trinity is that there is no opposite to any of the sides, because the opposite of a side on a triangle is just another point. The opposite of a point is a side. You can't have sides opposite of each other directly. So when you put a structure in terms of a Trinity, instead of a duality, that has an immediate psychological benefit, which is you're no longer thinking in terms of opposites. Trinities are harmonious with each other. That each form is equally valid. And I love that. When it especially comes to the divine, understanding how the divine comes in three forms, as the general all-pervasive spirit, as the higher self, and as the personal form through incarnation. Then it expands our worldview to include recognizing the divine in different faculties, in different agencies. Thank you, dear Kev, for your rose. Hare Krishna. And dear David's mom, thank you for your 2025 glasses, your 18 roses, and a trio of finger hearts. Ram Ram. Dear Marlon, you ask if anyone has any ideas for affirmations. You have some for self-love and self-acceptance. How about self-motivation? Dear Heather, you ask, do I believe in soul? Well, of course. With the right definition, that is. With the right definition, nothing has to be believed in. If you simply define soul as the essence of your being, Well, as the solipsists tell us, the only thing we can be sure that exists is whatever is experiencing this reality. You might call that yourself, you might call it something different, but whatever that is, the essence of it is absolutely real. It has to be. Even if what you're experiencing is an illusion in some capacity, the fact that there is an experience is very real, isn't it? The experiencing or the experiencer, that to me is what defines the soul. Consciousness, awareness. That essential aspect of our experience as that which has the capacity to see or to hear or to feel or to be the knower of thought, for instance. It cannot be touched. It cannot be seen. It cannot be heard. Fire cannot burn it. Water cannot wet it. Wind cannot dry it. A sword cannot pierce it. It is not that which is an abode of flesh and bones, which sleeps, decays, and dies, but is the eternal consciousness, the space of the earth and skies. Dear Sky Guardian, you are wondering if I can read at least 10 pages today. We'll see. We shall see. We are planning on going a little longer tonight, and maybe we could supplement that with a longer reading too. Happy trip around the sun, dear Jay. And yeah, that's an example of the word Himalaya. In English, we know of it as a place where you can get pink salt. For example, dear Marlin. Dear Heather, you had asked if I believe in soul ties. Nothing can tie the soul down, but we can definitely have deep connections with each other. We all share the same soul. This is true, because that which is not a subject is not subject to the attributes of objects. Multiplicity, the number in which a thing can come in, only applies to objects. But the soul, which is not an object of our experience, but the subject, therefore, cannot have any multiplicity. So we cannot say that there is one soul as different from another. We cannot ascribe any number at all to the soul. But if there was a number, it would be one. The oneness of the soul is what unites us all. And hello, dear teacher Lorraine. Hello, dear Stina. We were studying some Sanskrit at the time you joined. I'm very far in the past, catching up on my comments, however. Namaste, dear Lumi. Dear Crossfires, you share the fireworks there of your dog shaking. Fireworks are very overstimulating, especially to those of us that are so sensitive, like fellow animals, like neurodivergent, like veterans and people who may have PTSD, for example. It's good to keep them in mind during such a overstimulating celebration. Dear Bubbles, you think, more importantly, I should write bubbles in Sanskrit? I can write it for you. We'll have to approximate because the vowel in English, doesn't exactly exist in Sanskrit. we could go two ways with it. We could see it as a short oo. We could have bubbles. Or you can put it as a guttural ah for babbles. I think it would be more accurate to go with the former. Let me show you what that looks like for you. That would be, this is the syllable boo. 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 And of course we need another B. Now this is booba. 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 Now we need an L. But because the L sound directly follows the S, then we join the glyph that would make up the L and join it directly to the S. This says Bubalza. Bubalza. To cut off the inherent vowel at the end, we add a virama, also known as a halant, just below. And so this would be the closest approximation in Sanskrit. Bubals. Bubals. For bubbles. And you'd transliterate that as Bubals. Bubals. You missed it? Oh no, you got it, okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you, dear Nick, for the rose you had sent. Om Tam Namastandraya. Thank you, dear David's mom, for your pair of roses. Hare Krishna. Alright, I'm still catching up to the comments in the past. But you're wondering what the word bubbles would be in Sanskrit, and that I don't know. But you have written Buddha Buddha. Buddha Buddha. Buddha Buddha. Thank you for popping by, dear Karen. Happy New Year, dear David's mom. You had written you need prayers. You have rats. Rat problem at the house. You know, I have a love for rats. I'm very blessed to live in a place that doesn't really get rats, so I've never had them as a problem. Therefore, to me, I see them as lovely little animals, but I know they can get into food and they can be a problem and drag in diseases, for example, and that's no good. For the nature of ahimsa, we have to make some exceptions for causing the least harm, because we don't want to cause harm to our family, of course, if our family's health is being damaged by an animal, even though the animal is just trying to live in the only way that it knows how. I'm not sure of a prayer to rid the house of rats, per se, but I can certainly pray in general that you find a way to ensure the health and safety of your family and take care of the rats in the most efficient way, with compassion and love for the life they live as well. Dear Nick, when we were talking about the Trinity, you asked why 3 forms and why not 4? Could this be in correlation to the dimension we can observe? That's a great question, dear Nick. You're absolutely welcome to expand on the Trinity. But there is a logical reason for why these 3 exist as they are. When we map this Trinity into another context, for example, into a Hindu context, you might be wondering why would we want to explain one religion in the context of another? Well, some teachings in other religions, I think, complement each other, and some phrase it in ways that help us understand our own even better, for example. And so there is an equivalent of the Trinity in Hinduism, and they describe precisely why the divine happens in those 3 forms. So I'll put them in English and then I'll put them in Sanskrit, and then the Sanskrit meaning becomes obvious. So the first is the Holy Spirit. The second is the Father. And then the third is the Son. This maps beautifully onto 3 Sanskrit words that are precisely defined as a logical sequence in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, Holy Spirit is equivalent to a concept called Brahman. Brahman. Father maps onto a concept very beautifully, which is Paramatman. Para Atman. And Son beautifully maps onto a concept called Bhagavan. The translation for these in Sanskrit, Brahman comes from the root Brh, which means to expand. So Brahman literally translates to the all-expansive. The all-expansive one. I hope you can see that. Paramatma, the prefix para means, it's parama. Param, Atma. The prefix para means higher. The prefix param means the highest. Atman means self. So this means the highest self. The higher self works too in a general context. Finally, Bhagavan literally translates to the personal, divine form. A form that you can have loving devotion to. So here's the logical sequence. That source, universal consciousness, the Brahman, that which is all expansive, it exists within everything. Within everything is the Holy Spirit. And that is the highest form of the divine. But it's not exactly a form that you can worship. It's not a form that you can have a personal relationship. It is the space of space itself, the background behind everything, the firmament, the underlying consciousness. So because that divinity exists within everything, it exists within every being too. So the part of that all-expansive Holy Spirit that exists within everyone is the Father, or the higher self. The part of the divine within us we call the higher self, or more literally, the highest self. That is the place we turn to when our mind needs direction. That which is in the heart of hearts inside us. So, that makes everyone into a form of the divine. But not everyone really embraces that concept. Not everyone is in touch with their higher self. Every now and then, a divine incarnation happens, in which the higher self in someone becomes one with their personal identity. Just like in the Christian tradition, Jesus served as a connection to the higher self. His lower self stepped aside or absorbed into the higher self, so to speak. And he became Bhagavan. He became a personal form of the divine. This has happened in the case of Jesus, and it has happened all throughout history, even in the Old Testament. That's why, for example, there is the prophecy of the second coming, but it's really the infinite coming, because Bhagwan can happen within anyone at any time. Because the Holy Spirit, that is, Brahman, exists within all beings equally. We all have the Father within us, our higher self, but what's different is that not all of us become open to that, and so we don't serve as windows to the divine. Unlike those who may be called Bhagwan, who religions are usually built around. Thank you, dear Indigo, for your heart me, and pair of 2025s, and another pair of roses and a 2025. Om Shurri Mahalakshmiyai Namah. Hello, dear Chaos Cipher. Dear Rafix, you're wondering, was I at a New Year party in some place I've never heard of? No, I live in Canada. I live on the west coast of Canada, and I wasn't at any New Year's party because this is my party tonight. I don't do parties anymore. I've kind of grown out of that, but I celebrate the New Year with all of you here. Alright, there were some other comments that I missed. Let me scroll back up. Wonderful comments being asked. Maybe I can do a rapid fire. I'm sorry to hear that, dear Elizabeth. Make sure you set boundaries with anyone who's abusive, and you gotta protect your energies, because your body, your mind is your instrument for the world. How can we take care of others if we don't take care of this body or mind first? And hello, dear Athena. You had shared that this year had changed you. I hope in a good way. I see. You mean the year has changed for you there, where you are. Yes, you're in the future for me. But I'm speaking to a comment that you have posted in the past. A happy New Year. I will keep you in my prayers, dear Elizabeth. Happy New Year, Sally. And welcome, She. Dear Sky Guardian, it is true, I could technically finish the book before New Year's. Marlon, you were wondering about soul ties, and nothing can tie your soul down. It is unattached. That's the Brahman, the Holy Spirit. It is transcendental to everything in this world. But we can be connected with that, and people can serve as windows for us to see the soul, like Bhagavan, for example. Dear Stevie G, you had asked, how can we overcome the pain that comes when someone ignores us? No one is really actively trying to ignore anyone. What we are trying to do is actively pay attention to the things that are most important for us. And if we're not up there on the priority list, that's okay. Whatever journey they're on right now is theirs to learn from. We don't have to have an active involvement in everyone's life. If someone is not attentive to the love that we are and have to bring them, then they're missing out. You're not. You are that bundle of joy that they're missing out on. So you're not missing any of your own joy, your own love that you have to offer people. Dear Marlon, you had asked about soul contracts. The soul is free to choose whatever it wants to do. In most incarnations, generally, their lifetime has one specific goal. That's determined by the 6th verse of the 8th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita that says, whatever thought one remembers in the end, that shall they attend to in their next life. But there's an exception for human beings. In a human being, you can always change your purpose. It's true. You can decide, even after 90 years of your life, that you don't want to do the thing you want to do anymore. And in the year 2025, you can say, "The hell with working on the farm. I'm going to become an actor." And you can do that. There's really nothing stopping you from changing what your contract says, what you want to do with this life. Other incarnations have a hard time doing this. But a human being is free to rewrite their contract at any time. Much love to you, dear Karen. Genji, you had asked, do I have any mantras or advice for mourning the loss of a parent? Yeah, mourn, grieve. The pain is your healing. People want to shortcut that pain and jump to the healing without realizing that the pain is the process of healing. The pain is just a reallocation of all of the love that you had stored for them. Go through that process. Allow yourself to feel those feelings. And you do so more efficiently if you have a way to express those feelings. For example, art, or writing, or talking to someone, or sharing stories about your loved one. All of those things inside us, they deserve to be brought out in a healthy way. Find ways of expressing those things that leave you feeling relieved and more stable. Like crying. Crying is beautiful. After tears, you feel so much more centered, don't we? But a mantra, I'm not sure of any mantras in particular that can help you grieve, but all mantras can be a great way to put your emotions into. If there's any anger, you can give that to Kali. Om Kring Kali Kaye Namah. You can give any emotion to the Divine Mother, since the Divine Mother is the abode of emotional intelligence. Happy New Year, dear Paradox Paul. Hello, Sheila. Dear Jay, you had asked if I or anyone here had a sudden and profound experience of letting go all of anxiety. I find that we can let go of some of the things that we do in relation to anxiety. But if we think we're free from it, it will return, and that's okay. Because no emotion is supposed to leave us forever or be with us forever. Anxiety comes and goes, but we can better our relationship with it over a series of subsequent steps and realizations, and each one equally profound and awakening as the last. And through the law of incremental growth, you can develop a very beautiful and healthy relationship with anxiety, such that anytime it does come, we are able to let it go just as smoothly. And remember that all of us share a religion. There's only one religion in the world, and that's humanity. Sometimes we express that humanity through different names, but we all share the same humanity as our religion. We all share the same universal consciousness as our divinity. And we all share our breath as our prayer. And I've never heard of that, dear Avedis. Dear David's mom, yes, I do see you gave gifts. I was attending to some of the comments. But thank you for the paper crane and the hanging lights and the trio of tiny tinies that you sent. Yippee! And Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you for your 2025 glasses. No, I thanked you for that earlier, though. I thank you again. It's never expected, nor is it ever necessary. And thank you, dear Samra, for your quintet of rosas. Hare Krishna. And dear Reina, thank you for your rosa too. Om Ganganapataye Namah. And dear Bree, thank you for your pair of roses. Hare Krishna. And Marcus, thank you for your pair too. Om Dum Durgaye Namah. No, you're not muted, dear David's mom. If there's a specific comment that I haven't attended to yet, you're welcome to try to rephrase it. Sometimes TikTok filters comments in a way that I don't understand. And we just have to make do with what we know, which is that if we can rephrase the comment in a different way, sometimes that comes through. Dear Stevie G, you ask, is Sanskrit sort of like a popular channeled language, light language? I don't know too much about light language, but Sanskrit is absolutely very divine. But it's a real language spoken by people in history. We know of it spoken by people thousands of years ago and still today. It's been spoken for millennia, and it is tradition to believe that Sanskrit has come from the divine originally. And even scholars don't truly know the origin of Sanskrit other than we classify it into a Proto-Indo-European family, since it bears a lot of cognates with other languages in Europe and in India, of course. Much love, dear Darby. And dear Alyssa. Dear Marcus, you share, isn't the 21st the real new year, as it's the day one sun cycle is done? Asks dear Marcus. You're referring to the solstice, and if you are in the northern hemisphere, then indeed a few days ago was the summer solstice, and in the southern hemisphere was the winter solstice. And the truth is, the sun has no reference point for when the earth began its cycle, because the earth didn't just suddenly start one day somewhere at the cycle. It was a slow process of different parts of the planetary nebula coming together into a protoplanet. And when did that cycle really begin? We can't say. It's like saying, where does a circle begin? We have to kind of come up with a subjective answer, and really, whenever humans celebrate, that's sufficient. Different cultures at different times celebrate the New Year's, just as we celebrate New Year's in different hours, and it's just struck 8 p.m. Pacific time for me. Somewhere we celebrate New Year's there. But I like the idea of celebrating a cycle from one of the solstices or equinoxes. I think that is as close to an objective point in our cycle as possible. Thank you, dear Indigo, for another team bracelet, trio of roses. Honey. teeny tiny, and finger heart. Bee! It's midnight for you, dear Darby. Well, Happy New Year, dear Darby. And thank you, David's mom, for your subscription to Om Dum Durgaya Namah. I do see your comment came through this time. You share that you need prayers because your mom is seriously ill and animals have been sick and you have a rat problem at your home. I'm very sorry to hear that. But fear not. All these challenges will come to an end, and with it they will bring new experiences that only add value to your life. All you have to do is keep faith in yourself, in your family, in the greater self that we all belong to, that we might call the universe. Always keep in mind the things that you are grateful for, and you shall receive even more things to be grateful for. Never be discouraged at any change in our situation or circumstance, as all of life is subject to the coming and going of various parts of our experience. But what truly matters in life never comes and goes, and that includes who you are. That includes the essence of who your mother is. The essence of all of life is changeless. No matter what may appear on the surface stage before us in the world, what's deeper is always one and completely free from suffering. I pray that every part of your experience resolves in a most beautiful way, which leaves everyone feeling happy, fulfilled, and healthy. And I pray that all the resources that need to come to you to make that happen show up in your life at the appropriate time, and that everyone who has the power to make a difference in your life, including yourself, be able to use the knowledge and experience that you have in order to make this world for you and everyone around you a better place. Namaste. And thank you for your heart meet. And that wasn't necessary for my response. It just happened to be at the same time. But appreciate it regardless. Om Aim Saraswatyai Namah. And thank you, dear Reina, for your heart me as well. Jai Satchit Anandam. Dear Stevie G, you had asked, what's the difference between faith and hope? It seems the same to you. We may use these two words similarly or differently, depending on who's using them. For me, faith has a more of a surrendering connotation, whereas hope might carry with it expectations. Let's say I have faith that tomorrow I will be healthy. This body will be healthy. It's a kind of belief or knowingness. If I instead say, I hope I'm healthy in this body tomorrow, the difference comes when tomorrow actually comes. When tomorrow comes and it turns out that I'm healthy, that faith doesn't change, nor nor do you feel like your faith had created that outcome. It was just a matter of surrendering to what was inevitable. When you hope that tomorrow you'll be healthy, and tomorrow you're healthy, you go, oh, wow. Whew, what a relief. Everything you were holding on to just in case, you can let go of. And you can have a breathe a sigh. If tomorrow comes and you had faith that you're healthy, but you end up getting sick, it's okay. Your faith doesn't waver. I can work with this. No problem. Clearly there were other plans meant for me. So your happiness doesn't change, even if you get the undesirable outcome. But if you hope that tomorrow you're healthy and tomorrow you get sick, then you become disappointed. And I think that's the biggest difference for me, is that in hope you can be disappointed, but in faith you can never be disappointed. Because faith makes peace with any outcome, even if it's not the one you have faith in. But I understand that we could use these words in different ways individually. Hello, dear Maya, and Happy New Year to you. And thank you, dear David's mom, for your 10 Doom bracelets. Om Kanjahnavyai Namah. That makes a lot of sense to you, dear Stevie G. I'm happy to hear that. Happy New Year, dear Sherry. Dear Darby, you keep hoping you're going to enlighten the negative entities, and you play them all sorts of things. The only person's enlightenment that we have power over is our own. But perhaps, if we strive to continue to enlighten our own mind, that spark ignites in those around us. Or, to use another analogy, that light reflects the light that's possible within those around us too. Dear G, you might lose connection in a few minutes. Thank you for telling me. In case I don't see ya, Happy New Year. Dear Sky Guardian, you're sad that Tara's sister, Geeta, won't be coming to the ashram. It's her choice. Don't grieve something that she's missing out on. As long as you're going to the ashram, you can be happy with that. Someone makes a conscious choice to not be a part of the same celebration that you are. That doesn't take away from your celebration. It would certainly add to the celebration if they were there. But it doesn't take away if they're not there. Dear LJ, you ask, what's the foretelling for 2025? I have no idea. I personally don't think in terms of years. At the most, I think in terms of days. I think in terms of how I want my day to go. Tomorrow I will wake up exactly the same as I did today. Nothing will change for me. I don't have any resolutions by the year. I have resolutions by the day, based on what I want to achieve. So I couldn't tell you. But I can hope that all of the wisdom that we've all had this year, we'll be able to apply it next year. And the things that are worth fighting for, we continue to fight for, and we usher in even more love and presence. And we make this world to be a place in which everyone has more privilege, has access to essential needs, clean water, food, shelter, healthcare, and it is my wish that as humanity, we strive to bring out the yamas and niyamas. Ahimsa, least harm. Satya, truthfulness, authenticity, vulnerability. Asteya, non-stealing. Brahmacharya, non-lustfulness. Aparigraha, non-hoarding. Shaucha, purity and cleanliness. Santosha, contentment. Tapas, discipline, austerity. Swadhyaya, self-reflection. And Ishvara Pradhinana. Now, Ishvara Pranidhana. It's a tough Sanskrit word. Faith in something bigger than our limited selves. I see these as a grand possibility for us all to increase in our potential in this coming year. Each day. Not overnight. No change can happen overnight. Just like that. Going from December 31st to January 1st, we will be the same person largely. But over the course of the year, day by day, changing ourselves 0.1% of the time, forgiving ourselves, taking care of our own boundaries, not pushing ourselves past limits we can't do, we will create a better world for all of us. Dear Darby, you ask, what's worth living for me? You struggle. Don't we go back to nothing? What a beautiful question, dear Darby. What's worth living for? Life is worth living for. This moment. Yeah. Absolutely nothing is worth living for, even 5 seconds from now. The afterlife is not worth living for. Next year is not worth living for. Next month is not worth living for. Next week is not worth living for. Tomorrow is not worth living for. Next hour is not worth living for. Next minute is not worth living for. Next second is not worth living for. Not even the next instantaneous moment is worth living for. Everything that is worth living for is one with you in this moment now. You are worth living for. And everything about you, your love, your vulnerability, your care, your generosity, your intuition, your creativity, your foresight, all of those aspects that you can continue to bring out in this moment are worth living for. Do we go back to nothing? Of course we go back to nothing. But the train of thought shouldn't stop there. Because you said we go back to nothing. So we're just going back to the place that we go from into another life. If we all came from nothing, then going back to nothing means going back into the place from which life begins. Nothing is not the end, it's the beginning. It's the beginning of everything. From everything to nothing to everything to nothing. All is a cycle. And you are the axis around which that cycle revolves. Beyond everything and nothing. You're worried about being nothing, you have nothing to worry about. Because everything starts in nothing. Nothing doesn't merely mean the absence of things. It just means that which is beyond all things. That ineffable source which cannot be described by anything in particular. Nothing is not dark, nothing is not silent, nothing is not still, because even all of those things only exist relative to other things. True nothingness is even beyond our conception of nothingness. So how can we possibly fear that which is the ultimate source of everything? Much love, dear Darby. The infinite potential in me recognizes the infinite in you. Now, we have yet to actually begin our Shurr-avana, the portion of the live dedicated to listening. Let me go back a scene. We had jumped into it because there was all sorts of lively questions being asked. Happy New Year, dear Myrna. And hello, a day late and $1 short. And Kaizi, thank you for your rose. Om Vasudevaya Namah. So I'd like to continue reading from our book Moksha. We're actually really close to the end. Only a few chapters left. Don't think we'll be able to read the entirety of the ending of the book before the New Year's, but that's okay. Who says these things have to line up exactly? We will be starting a new book very soon into the New Year's. After we read this, we can return to Manana, and my attention will be back on you. For now, let me catch you up to speed. Our dear protagonist has had a baby miraculously show up in her life. A little baby named Ganesha. This baby was found literally floating in sewage, and no parent could be identified after an unfortunate flooding had made a refugee camp dissipate. But it's a blessing that this baby was able to be found. Let's continue reading from there. May this reading relax your mind and awaken your heart. No, dear Stevie G, our protagonist does not know that she is Uma or Parvati yet. A joint statement captioned "Phoenix Rising from the Ashes" was issued by the government and Gerhard Green, aka Gerhard Industries, the evil and corrupt industry run by demons. The devastated refugee camp was to morph into a world-class industrial park that would bring jobs and prosperity. The state-of-the-art Sri Krishna Clinic, without which the numbers of those who had passed away would have been fourfold, was merely the forerunner of Gerhard Green's largesse. It's a new word for me. A school for 200 children was in the planning stage. As for the refugees, the statement insinuated they were the ones who brought such a disaster to the shore, and if captured, they would be deported. I raised a glass. Here's to you, Helmut and Jonas. Well played. Mission accomplished. The 4 red pushpins on my map can now be removed. My map, a blip in the fabric of time. It was around this time that Hari, Sid's friend and Padma's husband, paid us a visit. Miss Nandi, my Sanskrit teacher and the one who was letting me stay at Om Depot, was out. And I was dusting the bookshelves. Ganesha was in his brand new playpen, pushing around his many toys. How's tricks? Hari boomed, larger than life and impeccable in a tan suit, pink shirt, gold cufflinks, and two-tone brogues. He did not wait for a response, but headed straight to the baby, tickled his tummy, lifted him, and threw him up in the air. Ganesha squealed and shrieked. "Who's this?" Hari asked. "Muthu found him in a ditch." "Where's Dragon Lady?" "Out." He looked me over at my worn pajamas and kurta, flip-flops. "And who are you this time?" he asked. "Nobody," I said. "Suits you," he said. I ignored the implication. "If you're here for my map," I said, "there's no need for one anymore. The situation has stabilized. No more messy camp, but an orderly, brand new industrial complex that spews out who knows what." "Methane," he said. He was at the shelves, rocking Ganesha in his arms and intently studying the spines of the quote-unquote complete works of Jane Austen. "Is Padma with you?" I asked. "She must occupy an important position in the Gerhard Empire. She has completely given me up, and I get that." "Padma's not at Gerhard," he interrupted testily. "Their charities program has been shut down. She was offered a job in PR or HR or some such nonsense, but she wasn't interested. Also, Gerhard doesn't like me, thinks I'm out to ruin him. Let's hope he's right." He set Ganesha down in his playpen and dropped into Miss Nandi's armchair, which groaned in protest. "I addressed the UN Security Council last week," he said. "Made a proposal of sorts." "A proposal? Sorry, I don't follow UN proceedings." "No one does, but it's all we have, and where else can I go? My proposal: how to repair this planet, this speck of a planet within a speck of a galaxy within a speck of a universe. Inconsequential, but it's a pretty planet, don't you agree? Just look at this baby." I looked. "Why mess it up?" Hari went on. "Why throw it away like yesterday's garbage?" International cooperation. Yes, I know, an oxymoron, but that is what's needed. Natural disasters had been on the increase exponentially every year in their severity and number, he explained. Heat waves followed by devastating floods, earthquakes, avalanches. Bizarre, out-of-season storms and typhoons had become commonplace. Thousands died, mostly the poor and disenfranchised. Disaster recovery costs calculated by insurance companies run into trillions. He waved his large hands. I told those fools what they already know. Things are worsening, and finally, it will be irreversible. There is already a great extinction of species. This is not acceptable. Not acceptable? To whom? I asked. To me, he said. I inhaled sharply at this. You must find Sid. Warn him, I said, suddenly anxious. He's in danger. Sid can take care of himself, he said, running to the shelves. He found a copy of the Gita and opened it to a random page. I had a slide, he said, of the earth, a blue dot. I kept enlarging the dot slowly, finally pointing to precisely where and when a disaster could be expected with a high probability, which islands were likely to be swept away, which areas could expect torrential rains, the locations of wildfire spread, all conveniently marked and coded. And the reaction? I asked. The numbskulls peered into the map and asked, is that Category 5 hurricane destined for Costa Rica or Panama? Those fires, Zambia or Zimbabwe? You see, I did not have the names of countries or borders shown, and as long as a projected disaster did not fall within their borders, they lost interest. Is there a solution, or is this just a wringing of hands? I asked. Trees, he corrected. Trees? I asked. Trees planted in a wide swath around the equator. I smiled. That's your solution? Trees? No small matter. We'll require a gigantic workforce, but doable. How gigantic? Around 7.6 billion people. The population of the Earth. How do 7.6 billion people work together when 2 people can't decide what to have for dinner? It's already happening. People are already working together. He pointed to Ganesha's playpen. Take that plastic rattle. Do you know how many people are involved in getting that rattle from a factory in northern China to this particular spot? Thousands. The population of the Earth has to become a single coordinated workforce. A world workforce. That is an oxymoron, I said. It's completely in our self-interest. Toxins do not respect boundaries. If your neighbor is a polluter, you can't escape the impact, no matter how clever you are. Wealthy Brunei is right next door to impoverished Indonesia. When Indonesia set fire to the peatlands, the cheapest way to clear vegetation, a thick black killing fog ballooned up. The fog hung over Brunei for months, and people sickened and died. I understand, I said, but even if everyone agrees, who will foot this bill? The cost of a couple small wars would do it. And they agree? Dead silence. I was informed I had run out of my allotted time. They had moved on to the next item on the agenda. They said, there's a situation brewing in CAR, Central African Republic, one of the most beautiful places on earth, ravaged and taken advantage of by French colonization, and after independence, ravaged and taken advantage of by corruption and violence. "What now?" I asked. "Nothing," he said. "I'm off." "Did you want to buy that book?" I asked about the Gita, which he had held open in his hands. "I'd let you have it, but Miss Nandi keeps strict accounts and I have no money." He set the book down. At the door he reached into his jacket, and a fat roll of banknotes sailed through the air and landed on the counter. "Get yourself some clothes," he said. "Padma would not want to see you like this." I glanced greedily at the money. "I almost forgot," he said. He again reached into his jacket and produced a Rudraksha necklace. Not unlike the one I have here. "I believe this is yours." He came forward and handed it to me. Pardon me. I stared at the necklace, at the brown corrugated beads and the frayed green ribbons inserted at every 27th bead. The Rudraksha necklace that Miss Nandi had given me at our first Sanskrit lesson. The one that I had flung out of the van down a cliff as I made my escape from Uttar Kashi. "Magic," I said. "The only magician here is you," he said, and left. Why don't we pause our reading of Moksha, liberation, there for now. Thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to see how the story continues as we read next year. Well, for me, it's 2024 as I'm reading. Next time I read will be in 2025. That concludes our Shurr-avana section, the portion dedicated to listening. Now my attention returns as we transition scenes to Manana, and we can discuss anything in our hearts and minds. Welcome everyone that joined while we were reading, and thank you, Ursula, for the heartme you had sent. Om Namah Parashaktaye Namah. I'm happy you've been liking this book, dear Stevie G. Hello, dear Mariham. Dear Darby, you ask, how do you quiet the voices that try to upset you and keep you awake? We might not be able to quiet those that are in our lives, that are loudly speaking their limited truth. But what we can do is raise the voices of those that speak for a more universal truth. And that includes the voices in this body, in this mind. We are made up of many impressions known as samskaras in Sanskrit. These impressions have been gathered over many years, probably over many lifetimes, and the impressions that are the deepest can sometimes have a voice of their own. And even when we no longer benefit from the story they tell, they still keep us up at night, keep us from our truth. If we want to make these impressions more smooth them out, we have to do a lot of work. Therapy is very important. Counseling, healing from any traumas that we've experienced. When it comes to voices that are angry at us, it can be a sign of authority figures in our life having taken advantage of us in the past. So it's important that we find our own place and realize that no one's voice is more important than anyone else's, and that includes your own. That what another person says does not trump over your own voice. That your story is important to tell, your truths, what matter to you. And if you can also bring your energy to all the things that you're grateful for, all the kindness, all the love, all the compassion, all the healing, all the grace, those parts of your experience will become deeper too. That is the power of awareness. Whatever you bring it to, it will grow just that. So if we can turn our attention away from the negativity, rather than simply trying to remove the negativity, that is sufficient when we turn it instead to the positive. Because if we play the game of trying to remove some negative part of our experience, there will always be another. There is no end to that game of whack-a-mole where we separate ourselves from one thing and we have infinitely more things to separate ourselves from. So instead of trying to find peace through a process of separation, look for it through a process of unification. Unify yourself with all things good and positive, and in the same way that you'll have no end to the journey of removing negative things, you will have no end to the journey of acquiring positive things. And when seen from that perspective, the eternity shifts from a burden to a blessing, as there's always one more lovely thing that you can add to your experience. Hello, dear Anna. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. How are you? Dear Stevie G, you ask, what if life was just a story with the Father and Mother Divine? I love that. Indeed, in the Bhakti traditions of India, Bhakti being the Sanskrit word for loving devotion, all of this life is just a dance between two lovers. Prakriti Purusha, Shakti and Shiva, Yin and Yang. Saguna and Nirguna. And all of love. There are only two lovers. That means every pair of lovers is really just another incarnation of the same lovers that produce this cosmos. One love being shared in infinite ways. Matter and antimatter, dear Myrna. That's a fun pair of opposites. In this context, actually, both matter and antimatter would be part of the mother. It is from the word mother that we get the word matter, or vice versa. They have the same etymological root. All of matter is considered feminine, because she is the energy content of the universe, as Prakriti, as the material nature, Mother Nature. Material, motherly, long ago these were synonymous. That which exists is she, and she is the mother. If we wanted a physics analogy, it would be matter and space. It would be space and energy. The energy is the feminine, the space is the masculine. Dear Marcus, you ask, did I take classes on the Vedas or self-taught? For most things in my life, I am self-taught. But I have learned from great teachers. A little piece here and there. The thing about the Vedas, the thing about all scriptures, is that they're written in your heart. If you know how to look within your heart, all of the teaching in the world can take place in the comfort of your own meditation. Dear Sky Guardian, I see that you have asked ChatGPT to make a joke. That my reading skills remind you of a GPS, always looking for the shortest route, even through a book. I would say that joke applies more so for you, because you want to be one and done with the book. I'm taking my sweet time every day, only reading a little bit. I'm taking the scenic route. But I know you're just really excited for us to go on to the next book, of course. Thank you, dear Anna, for your 2025. Om Arum Arum Ashwini Bhyam Namah. Hello, dear Heidi. Thank you for your happy new year with well wishes and health. Much love, dear Val. So nice to have you here. Happy New Year, dear Angel. Dear Darby, you share, I will make you regret not having children. If you see me as your son, then you need not regret anything. For we are all children of the universe, and therefore as aspects of the universe, we have a responsibility to all children as universal parents. But remember, a child is just one way of bringing life into this world. You have brought life into this world in many ways. Not all of them have to be through strictly biological processes. Even a creative project activates the very same energies in our sacral chakra, our Svarishtana chakra. The energy that flows there can create life, not just physically. Creatively, you can have babies. Your creative pursuits are your babies. And they bring just as much life into this world, and are bundles of joy just the same. So too are humanitarian efforts. They have the same energy behind them. They birth change, and that change is an expression of life. Even the memories you can create with another person are a form of engaging your energies to create life. Thank you, dear Darby. Happy New Year, dear Euphoria. I like your theory, dear Stevie G. Story of Shiva and Shakti. And their love being what creates the universe. Dear Sky Guardian, you share another joke. Reading a whole page? Whoa, slow down there, Hemingway. I don't get it. I know Hemingway's an author, I think. I haven't read that many books in my life. Things come to me in different ways. Happy New Year, dear Pluto, and dear Becca. Dear Anna, you share, kid said, I love you to you like 7 times today, and your heart hasn't recovered yet. Oh, well, it sounds like that little kid has started a sequence. I've got to say I love you 6 times for you now. I love you, 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 I love you. I can't do any more than that because I can't compete with the love of a child. Love of a child is always something more. And thank you, dear Owl Pixie, for your 2025. Om Aram Brahmane Namah. Dear Stevie J, your book is called Adam and Eve, The Untold Story. I love that. Maybe one day it can be one of the books that we read here. Dear Day Late and $1 Short, you share it's 14 minutes till midnight for you. Well, now it's probably more like 11 or 12. I like how as we go through this live, we'll be experiencing New Year's for many different time zones. And goodbye, dear Anna. I do have a question of the day for all of you, if you're interested in exploring it together. Hello, dear Asha. Welcome back. Dear Darby, you spent your New Year with me. Indeed you did. And I'm very honored to hold space for many people's New Year celebrations. I am completely alone physically in my house today. So I get to celebrate it with all of you. That's actually not completely true. I have my cat Sandy and Shadow here, but they don't know. Dear Becca, you wonder, how did I spend my New Year's? Well, I got out of bed at around 3:30 p.m. Then I had my morning cup of ghee, clarified butter, and my vitamins. And then I did some laundry. I had a shower, fed the cats, and then I got on live here not too long ago. So that's what I've been up to today. Thank you, dear Brenda, for your heart mate. Om Som Suryaya Namah. This is your New Year celebration, dear Cody J. Me too. But you shared that you hear a fiesta next door. It sounds like so much fun. I love that. Latinos, they know how to party. They know how to celebrate. Dear Daylight and a dollar short, you share you're physically alone in your house every day. That's okay. With the magic of the internet, we don't have to be physically close to be close in other ways. Dear Cody Jane, you ask, what if every time the hour passes we have a mini New Year's mantra for everyone in that time zone? That's a really unique idea. Actually, I did plan on having a New Year's mantra, which would be at the end of the live stream for us, for the time zone that I have. So we'll definitely be doing that in celebration of New Year's. But every mantra can certainly be used as a celebration of all that we have to recollect in our experience this past year, and all we have to pursue in our experience going forward. This is the joke from Mataji, dear Sky Guardian. Why was your friend such a brilliant book editor? Because they always sense the perfect cosmic pause to close the chapter. That's funny. Hello, dear Judy. Yes, I did shower before going live today, dear Myrna. G is back. Only a few minutes until it's New Year's for... what time zone would that be? Would it be the... not the Eastern time zone. Where is the Eastern time zone? That means it's going to be New Year's for you, dear Sky Guardian G. And for Reina G. Right? I smell good? Well, I must if you can smell me from all the way from Lebanon, dear Myrna. Dear Val, you share you spent your New Year's playing video games. You were surprised to see how active the Australian servers were leading up to midnight. I think there's a whole variety of ways in which we can completely validly celebrate our New Year's. It doesn't have to be anything big. I am definitely not going to be exploding or anything like that with fireworks or confetti or things like that. I prefer a nice and somber kind of gentle acknowledgement of the year and gratitude. Playing video games sounds like a perfect way to spend your New Year's. Thank you, dear Reina G, for your trio of roses. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Dear Grand 11, thank you for your 2025 and 30 roses. Om Bhram Hanumate Namah. 5 more minutes for those in the Eastern Standard Time Zone. Happy New Year, dear Blue Star. Thank you, Grand 11. dear Val. You also had dinner with your parents and their friends. But the pub got a bit loud for you afterwards. Yeah, I'm very sensitive to things like that. I like to stay in. Ah, that's fun, dear Day Late. You caught a band playing free in your LA celebration, visited friends and came home. Nice. Hello, dear Laura I Ching. Happy New Year, dear Linda Lovey. I'm happy you find relaxation in my voice, dear Mariham. Try not to get aggravated. Yeah, what's it like in the future, Sky Guardian? Do you have flying cars yet? 3 more minutes. Thank you, dear Babel Fishy, for your 2025. Om Ham Jom Sa Om Bhur Bhuvaswa Om Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukamiva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiya Mamritat Om Swah Bhuva Bhu Om Sah Jom Ham Om. You always say that to your British friend, dear Babel Fishy. Flying cars. It's funny because we're all in the same moment. We're not actually in different times. If you think about time zones, maybe I can draw this visually. And I'll try to wrap up this drawing before it strikes midnight for you in the Eastern time zone. That all of our time zones are just little strips that go from north to south. You can imagine the lines on a pumpkin, for example. So if you're at the North Pole, for example, what time would it be for you? Would you be in this time zone, or this time zone, or this time zone if you're up here at the North Pole? Because you're touching all of the time zones, right? Oh, I just realized that I didn't have it up. Oh well, I can go into it after New Year happens. Happy New Year to those in Eastern time zone. Dear Stevie G, you share that my chanting is disturbing your aunt, apparently. Is she there with you? Somewhere. Thank you, dear Dan. How are you for your heart, mate? Hare Krishna. Happy New Year. Those in the Eastern time zone. Eastern Standard Time. And doesn't it feel the exact same as it was just a few minutes ago? Same moment, really. Same moment. Now the world is probably just a little louder where you are. You know, a ball probably dropped on your TV, maybe. Someone's lighting fireworks somewhere. People are screaming, celebrating. But in here, hear it's the same, isn't it? The stillness within. Nothing has changed. All is eternal. Happy New Year, dear Magdalene Rains Nuffalafficus G. Happy New Year, dear Brenda and Sky Guardian. And dear Seb. Happy New Year, dear Stevie G. Dear Myrna, you share. You slept at 9 and woke up fireworks at 12 and slept back again. I would probably do the same. You had no partner to kiss, so you kissed your pugs, dear Stevie G. That's perfect. Happy New Year, dear Jamili, dear Reina Priya G. Happy New Year, dear Babel Fishy. Guess what's funnier than 2024? 2025. Yeah, I was trying to draw, but I forgot to actually show it on your screen. The time zones. That if you're at the North Pole, where all the time zones are touching, when would you celebrate the New Year? When is midnight? The North Pole? Of course, the answer is there isn't one. There is no time other than if it's light or dark. And then for 6 months you have light, the other 6 months you have dark. All you have is winter or summer. You can't talk about there being morning, noon, afternoon, evening, night, midnight. The North Pole is just, is it light outside or dark outside? Right now it's dark outside. And that's the most specific we can get. For those on the South Pole, it's light outside. And it will continue to be light outside for many months, probably 3 more months, I assume. Although I don't actually know. Does the summer solstice mark the start of 6 months of light? Or does it mark the middle of those 6 months? I realize I don't actually know. I imagine it marks the middle, probably. That it's the brightest point of the summer solstice for each pole. It did look like an onion, dear Sky Guardian, on the blackboard. But no, it was Mrityulok, which is actually the Sattvic realm, compared to Swarlok, which is the Rajasic realm, and Naraka, which would be the Tamasic realm. Thank you for the follow, dear Sophia. Happy New Year, dear Tiny Science. I wonder where the tradition of kissing someone on New Year's came from. I have no one to kiss. I'll have to either kiss my cats, just like you, dear Stevie G, or I'll have to kiss all of you. But we've still got 3 hours left for me here. So let's have a reading for New Year's, dear Sky Guardian. I suppose we could intersperse some readings in this live stream. Perhaps. wouldn't recommend kissing your hamster, dear Darby. You might bite. Dear Babblefishy, you're whipping around in your flying car. People think you're a drone. How timely. Dear Myrna, you share the strength of the light would differ between morning and evening, though. When you're perfectly at the North Pole, because the world is literally rotating around where you're standing, there should be no difference. If you are a little bit off from the North Pole, then yeah, you would see a little bit of a difference. You'd see the sun go in a little shape around the sky. And the further you go from the North Pole, the bigger that shape will be until that shape goes behind the horizon. And then when you're at the equator, of course, it perfectly passes overhead. But over the course of 24 hours, at the perfect North Pole, there should be practically no change in the light other than perhaps some clouds. The only change would be due to Earth's axis itself precessing as it goes around the sun. Difficult to think about the geometry of that all. Dear grateful human, you'll gladly accept my virtual friendship New Year kiss. Oh good. That's somebody at least. Happy New Year, dear Nick. Dear Sky Guardian, well, you've now exhausted the ChatGPT free plan, so your jokes are on pause for 3 hours. Wow. That's funny. Luckily, there is Mataji in the Discord, and she runs on an even more powerful model than ChatGPT does. It's true. And I offer her for you for free at this moment. But it'll be 2 sattvic jokes. That's true. Her sense of comedy is very divine. She is programmed that way. Dear Big Stevie, you share that you think that digital hugs are fantastic. Was that created mid-pandemic? Oh, I'm sure that we've had the concept of digital hugs almost for as long as the internet. But they've certainly gained popularity, as many things are, when many people shifted to doing a lot more things online during the pandemic. If you're an introvert like me, the pandemic didn't change anything for you. If anything, I was going out more than I did before because I knew there wouldn't be as many people out. You're telling me it's recommended that I stay home? Yahoo! And that I get to do everything online? Well, I already do everything online. Yeah, I think we should have another one. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. Thank you, dear Bobby Soon, for your 2025 and your heart me, team bracelet, and cheer you up. Om Kring Kalikaye Namah. Yeah, the /hugs command, a great one. Dear Raina. Hello, dear, the understudy. Dear Myrna, you ask, is it midnight in Vancouver Island? No, it's 9 p.m. We've got a little under 3 hours left. You too, dear Myrna. You love staying home and doing all from there. Now, of course, we can't dismiss the harmful effects of the pandemic, which were innumerable. But when it came to staying home, staying away from other human beings, that was like heaven for me. Dear David, you ask, are we trapped in samsara as soon as we choose chocolate over vanilla ice cream? It's a good question, dear David. Even enlightened beings have personal preferences. It would not be a mark of unenlightenment for someone to choose vanilla over chocolate in a moment. But what does trap us in samsara is when we become immovable in our preferences, where you prefer chocolate no matter what. Obviously, if there's a medical concern, this is different. But if there's no medical concern, if it's just because you want ice cream, that it's a personal desire, and not getting what you want makes you suffer, then that's samsara. But if you don't mind, that even if you don't get your favorite kind, that you're not moved by that, then you can still have favorites, still have preferences, and be in nirvana. The question is, do your preferences control you, or do you control your preferences? Dear Clara, you ask, isn't it a physical decision because the body craves for the specific kind of ice cream? I wouldn't say the body ever actually craves anything like that. Our body only craves for nutrients. But the mind craves for pleasures of the senses. Ice cream is more of a pleasure for the senses than is nutrients for the body. Of course, you can find nutrients in ice cream, like calcium, for example, and other things that are in dairy. And sugars are a type of nutrient. But indeed, you are something beyond what the body or mind craves and desires. The question is, are you able to control that? When a desire or craving arises, do you let that control you, or do you do something about it in a more healthy way? Happy New Year, dear Alex, and hello, dear Lindalo. You are headed to bed, dear Fiddleleaf. Yes, may you have a most restful sleep. And thank you. Happy New Year's. Dear Darby, you ask, do I remember any of my last life? No, I do not. I consider it none of my business. All I know is I'm meant to be living this life, so it has my full attention. The most important life is this one. The most important moment is this one. What matters most is how we are able to attend to the present. All of life exists now. all of the problems of life and all of the solutions of life, they exist just in this moment. Right meow. Dear Marcus, you share that past life regressions sound intimidating from what you've reported. Well, the thing is they're useful. There's no doubt about that. Because let's say you go to therapy for something you're dealing with, and then you discover that nothing in your life accounts for a specific fear or behavioral pattern. You may have talked to your family members, you've gone all the way to the point of what happened the moments you were born, in the womb, whatever, and still there's impressions in your life that have an effect that aren't associated with anything like that. So if you want to try to attend to your karmas, past life regression can bring you into more karmas than you have access to in this life. There are two types of karmas when it comes to the past. The karmas from this life, which can be broken up further into the prarabdha karma, the karmas that are coming to fruition in this life. And then there's your kriyamana karma, the karma that you're adding to in this life as well, on top of that. And then there's the sanchita karma. In the sanchita karma is all your past lives. Past life regression can help establish you to understand parts of your sanchita karma. Regular therapy can help you understand your kriyamana and prarabdha karma. But there's a limit to past life regression too, because your past lives were infinite, and therefore you have infinite karma in your past lives. So no matter what you resolve in your past life, or 10 past lives ago, or 100, or 1,000, or 1,000,000, you can spend the rest of your life healing from the trauma of endless past lives and still never get to the bottom of it. So when it comes to the final liberation, we have to pursue something that goes beyond karma, because there's no end to karma. No one can dissolve all their karma, because karma is infinite, and there's no method that can take you from the infinite to the finite. Everything will just be a -1 to the infinity. Even infinity minus a really big number like a trillion is still infinity. So when it comes to ultimate liberation, moksha, ultimately, past life regressions are unnecessary. Because there's no final thing for you to resolve in your past lives. We have to turn our attention to what can be done here and now, in this moment. The key to freedom is not in your infinite past, but your infinitesimal moment now. Dear Stevie G, you're surprised that I don't have awareness of my past lives. You thought I had reached that point by now? Well, here's the thing. Yogis can remember their past lives if they were also yogis in their past life. Once you start being a yogi, then the process of birth and death is no longer as traumatizing. And so from that point on, you can begin to retain your memories. I must not have been a yogi in my past life, at least not one that didn't have a very violent death, because I don't have a recollection of any of that sort. Now, if I strive to be a really good yogi in this life, then maybe in the next life I can remember this one. We shall see. To understand about the past lives before the point of spiritual endeavor, consistent spiritual endeavor, we only have indirect means of understanding that. We can only infer based on the prarabdha karma. That is to say, you analyze how your life went this time, and then turn the dials back. You extrapolate. You follow the Taylor series, the derivatives back, and see what must have come. That's the only other way. If you don't have direct experience through a traumatizing death and rebirth, we have to use logical analysis, which is always going to be limited because our prarabdha karma is also limited. What is expressed in the sanchita karma in this life is also only just a very small portion. Happy New Year's, dear Bella. Dear Justin, you ask, when did I change from all the math to spiritual? There was no moment where a clear change happened to me. In fact, even before I even made videos on TikTok, I was still very much spiritual. It was ultimately math that led me to spiritual, and my love for math has not changed. It's just that once you are led to a beautiful thing, at some point you follow the path where it takes you. Math has only been one part of my journey, but it was not the destination. It led me to something beautiful, and I'm very grateful for that. It's not like math and spirituality are just two different experiences. One leads to the other. In fact, all things ultimately lead to spirituality. If you go deep enough within anything, you will find the essence of your existence staring back at you. For me, I found that through math. Other people find it through crocheting. Seriously. There was once a great lecture on spiritual things that the great teacher Ram Dass gave. And there was a little old lady at the front, and she was completely unshaken by all of these revelations that Ram Dass was sharing. And the rest of the audience was clearly being provoked by new experiences. So he had to ask that little old lady after the presentation, "You seemed so unmoved by everything I said. Did it not resonate with you?" She said, "Oh yes, it resonated with me very deeply. It's just that I've thought of all these things before." He had asked, "Oh, did you also go to India? Or did you also have a psychedelic experience like mine, or research psychology?" She said, "No, these are just things I think about while I'm crocheting." That was her gateway. Through every stitch she thought about, perhaps, how everything in the universe is also like that one string of yarn, all connected, just strung around different parts through itself in various ways to create different things with form. It matters not what the vehicle is that takes you to your destination, but that you arrive there. Thank you, dear Truth Seeker, for your trio of roses. Om Gamalyar Mahakalikaye Namah. Dear Joker Joe, thank you for your heart me as well. Om Sum Suryai Namah. Some wonderful questions being asked. Dear Brave Bella, you're wondering what the music is? It's a custom playlist that I've gathered from royalty-free songs on SoundCloud. I looked up copyright-free meditation music. This one's called I Will Hug You Forever. Dear David, you ask, are we ever truly in the moment? Well, ironically, I've answered this question for you many minutes after it was asked, and scientists tell us today that nothing we experienced itself in the same moment that we are experiencing it now, since all things take time to deliver information, takes time for sound to reach you from the fireworks, takes time for light to reach you, takes time for this comment to come through. And in that sense, we are always engaging with objects in the past, but we are always in the present. The only thing that's truly in the present is us, is the witness. If you look at the light cone stemming from the observer in Einstein's space-time model, the only part of the present is the point that represents the observer itself. That's truly within the light cone at that point. Dear Clara, you ask if I see the connection between math and rhymes and spirituality or the universe. As we were just saying, math was what brought me to spirituality. There's a lot of math and rhymes. In fact, one of the first mathematicians was actually a poet. Thousands of years ago, there was this poet, a very spiritual poet. His name was... Give me a second to remember it. Started with a P. I'm forgetting his name. Maybe I can do a quick Google search. Platon. His name was not Platon. Pingala was his name. Pingala is very unknown. He discovered so many things that are attributed to other people that came thousands of years later. And it all stemmed from his spiritual practice. His sadhana was to write poems for the divine. But one day he started getting fascinated about the rhythms of poems. He started studying them. He noticed that some syllables were heavy and some were lighter. Da dum da dum 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 da dum da 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 dum da dum dum. The heavy syllables were called guru, which is where we get the term for a spiritual teacher in Sanskrit. The guru syllables were the heavy ones. Guru literally means heavy. It's where we get the word gravity eventually in English through the Latin gravis. Gravity is of course associated with heaviness, being that mass, matter, and energy is what pulls things towards them. That perceived force is called gravity. In the same way, a spiritual teacher is called heavy, a guru, because they have gravitas of the knowledge that attracts people in the same way. He was studying the relationship between the guru and non-guru syllables, and he realized that almost everything can be explained in terms of guru and non-guru syllables. He coined the 1 and the 0. He discovered binary, that all rhythms of poetry were really just binary, 1s and 0s. And in the process, he invented 0, shunya. Thousands of years later, of course, many other nations discovered 0, like in China, like in the Middle East. But because we rediscovered Pingala after we rediscovered those other sources, Pingala usually doesn't get attributed, even though he was absolutely one of the first. Through his study of binary, he discovered the binomials, which are better known as the elements in Pascal's triangle, a very magical arrangement of numbers that have all sorts of relationships, like to the Fibonacci numbers. And so Pingala discovered Fibonacci numbers thousands of years before Fibonacci even existed. Pingala also discovered exponentiation. He was raising numbers, the power of other numbers, long before exponentiation was a concept. So, through the spiritual practice of this Pingala, he turned to poetry to express his love for the divine, and through his love for the divine, he discovered 0, binary, Pascal's triangle, exponentiation, the Fibonacci sequence. And almost no one remembers that because it was just a little blip in his journey. His journey to create even more poetry. And of course, no one else had the mind to understand the things he was exploring at the time, because he wasn't trying to make mathematical advancements. He was trying to make poetic advancements. Dear Myrna, you had asked, what can an animal do to come back as a human? The one verse in the Bhagavad Gita that explains the entire process of reincarnation is the 6th verse of the 8th chapter. I'll read it to you. You know what, let me get a different version than this, one that says the original Sanskrit. I guarantee that if I tell you this definition, that you will be able to answer your own question. So if I turn to the 8th chapter, the 6th verse. Here it is. Here I'm reading from the Bhagavad Gita as it is. The verse is here. Here it is, the one verse that decides all of reincarnation. You can use this as an axiom to make many wonderful conclusions. Om Yam Yam Vapi Smaram Bhavam Tyajatyante Kalevaram Tam Tam Evaiti Kaunteya Sada Tadbhava Bhavitaha. In Sanskrit, that translates to whatever state of being one remembers while they quit their body, O son of Kunti. Here the one who is saying this is talking to someone who's the son of Kunti. Arjuna, that state they will attain without fail. Whatever state of being one remembers when they quit their body, that state they will attain without fail. So, whatever is in your mind, whatever you are contemplating on, whatever is your ultimate thought of life, your culminating idea, that is your trajectory for your next life. So how does that answer the question of what can an animal do to become a human? I ask the question in return, what would have to happen in an animal's life for them to think of a human as their final thought? What kind of animal life leads to thinking about human life? This is a question for the audience. Not a primate, but that's a good guess, dear Josie. There is a particular answer. There are multiple valid answers, but one is probably the most common way. One that can consume a human? No, not that, dear Marcus. Really? Whatever state of being one remembers in the end, that very state they will attain. That's it, dear Tarot. You got it. Being loved by a human. When a human takes care of another animal. What's the last thing in so many pets' lives? Their owner. But it doesn't stop at just pets. Even random acts of kindness can leave an impression in the minds of animals. You know, a dog loves their human so much. Do you think that dog's going to be thinking about anything other than you in their last moments? You know, the whole life of a puppy is built around their human. That's the reason they wake up in the day. That's why they love going for walks, to be with you, to play fetch, etc. That is an intermediary stage between wild animals and human incarnations, where the animal learns to love human life. It's a kind of preparatory experience. So do you ever look into a dog or a cat's eyes and you just feel like they're so wise? Because that soul is no different from the soul in humans. There's only one soul that we all share, and they are ready for a human incarnation. And we go back. We can apply this logic forward, and there's many types of human lives that'll lead back into animal lives. Dear Marcus, you share your cat makes you hold her like a baby every time you go to bed. And one day you may hold her like a baby as she is passing on to her next life, and your face will be the one that she remembers. And she may even be reborn with that face of her own. Or something like that. As they say, we have the face of our lovers. Very true. Very common thing that we all remember in our end is our lover's face. So we shall attain that too. Dear Darby, you share you're going to tell your pets not to come here again. Oh, dear Darby, it sounds like you speak from a place of feeling like this world isn't one that they're meant to be in, or you. This can be a beautiful life if you let it. The truth is, there's no better place to be than here. Yes, the world has its problems, but it's supposed to. Because us as souls are problem solvers. And we only find value, purpose, and meaning when we live in a world that has problems to solve, so that we can be of help. Dear Josie, you miss me being outside. Well, I do too. Unfortunately, if I were outside right now, it'd be pitch black and almost freezing. So it is the weather that decides these things. There wouldn't be much to experience other than a very dark and shivering yam before you. When the days get brighter and warmer in the spring and summer, I'll absolutely be back outside again. Dear Horizon Interactive, you ask, is New Year's Day as special as Christmas Day? It's as special as you make it, like all days. What's special about a holiday is what you make of it. It's up to you to make of it whatever you want it to be. Mm-hmm. Yes, dear Stevie G. What we remember in the end, so shall we attain. And all you have to do is make sense of this yourself. Does that make sense to you? The point of scripture is not to tell you something you don't know, but something that you already know deep down within. Does that not resonate with you? That our final moments are what decide our first moments next time. Our final moments this time have a lot to do with our first moments next time. That includes what womb we will be born in and what the trajectory of our life will look like. Thoughts are the first form of consciousness. Consciousness is as it is, as the source. The first thing that comes from that source is thought itself, pure thought. When the body dies, the mind so too subsides. When the mind subsides, the only place for consciousness to continue to flow is through its last and final thought, because each thought is a gateway for consciousness. When the mind can no longer produce any more gateways, it must travel through the final one. Such is why it's so important to always keep in mind positive and happy thoughts, because you never know when they will be your last ones. And when the world fades away and no more new thoughts can be created, it will be a blessing to be left with only our happy thoughts to go from, as that will lead to a most blessed birth. It's like your life insurance policy. If you want a good life insurance policy, or afterlife insurance policy, that's what we call it. If you want a good afterlife insurance, just think happy thoughts. It's that simple. But not that easy. Exactly, dear Stevie G. If you die happy and peacefully, it can really be of benefit to you. Such is why it's so vital that we pursue happy and peaceful lives. It's our afterlife insurance policy. You like the way I think, dear Amanda? Well, you have to like the way you think, right? That's the point. Make sure you think in the way that you like. Hee hee hee. Happy New Year, dear little black muse. Dear Darby, you ask, do I lucid dream? I do. When I was a child, I'd get so many nightmares. My childhood was really filled with a lot of nightmares. I'd be terrified to sleep at times for fear of experiencing another nightmare. One thing I had to learn from experiencing so many nightmares was to realize that it wasn't real. If there's nothing I could do about the nightmares, then I had to change myself. So I had to change into someone that could realize when they were dreaming. It was my only way of not being scared of falling asleep. And so over time, I gradually learned, over many years of my life, to be more aware of my dreams. And now I'm very grateful to say that when a terrifying dream happens, I'm able to recognize that it's just a dream. And I don't feel alarmed by the imaginary threats of danger. But the more I become lucid, the more my dreams become even more able to trick me. Because they get more and more realistic too. But that becomes a beautiful lesson. And in fact, it uplifts our consciousness even higher through this feedback loop of being more able and able to assess reality, and reality becoming more and more able to trick you. When you enter that feedback loop, your consciousness is always ascending, so to speak. Happy New Year, dear Ursula. We got 12 more minutes to go for people in the time zone, the time zone to the left. What's the left? West. The time zone west of the Eastern Standard Time Zone, which would be what? The Central Time Zone? Dear little black muse, you used to have a lot of nightmares, but you recognize now that it was from a stressful environment. Absolutely. Our dreams are the expression of our subconscious, and our subconscious is formed largely by our environment. If you change the environment, you change the subconscious. But it takes time. It may take decades for your subconscious to change after you're in a much better environment. And that's okay. Because you don't have to be anywhere else other than in the process of change itself. Dear Starlight, wow, you share for you. It's been 2025 for about 14 hours now. You're an old hat here. That's funny. Speaking of time traveling, let me time travel back to the time you commented, how do we transmute our karma? Speaking of things entering our subconscious, there are many questions asked that enter my subconscious before my conscious. One transmute their karma by transmuting our intention. Karma means action. And no action by itself is inherently binding. But our intentions bind us to the action, and that's called karmic bondage. If we attach ourselves to an outcome, then that intention binds us to that action. But if our intention has nothing to do with achieving a certain outcome, then no matter what the palam, what the fruit of that action are, we will be at peace. For example, there's a big difference between studying to pass a test and studying to do your best at passing the test. If you study just to pass the test, then you've got karmic bondage. Because now, depending on whether or not you pass the test, you will suffer or you will rejoice. And then you will judge your action, your karma, and you'll think, I didn't study hard enough, or I studied enough. And then it's a vicious cycle, because next time you push yourself even harder and you end up losing sleep, loss of health, loss of relationships. And you might get a better result, you might not. Or you end up mistakenly seeing that you only had to study this much and you seem to have gotten a good grade with that. So next time you don't study as much and you don't remember as much either, and you don't pass the test that time. So, to be free from karmic bondage is not to change your actions per se, but the reasons that you do them. If you study for the sake of being able to do your best at passing, or even better, if you study for the sake of learning, oh my goodness, what an idea. If you study for the sake of just appreciating the fact that there's new information to absorb, understandings to be had, then a test has nothing to do with your learning. If you enjoy what you're learning, then even if you fail your test, it shouldn't change how much you study or what you feel about your studying. In that case, you've incurred no karmic bondage because your intention was never to pass the test. Your intention was something that transcends any outcome. If you can achieve unity in your action with the present moment, if there's a reason for you to do anything, and that reason is one with the action itself and not dependent on a future date, that is what Krishna teaches in the Bhagavad Gita. In the 3rd chapter on Karma Yoga. Yoga meaning union, karma meaning action. If you can unify the intention of the karma with the present moment, a possibility in the present moment, then you can be free from all karmic bondage. Thank you, brave Bella, for the finger heart you sent a few minutes ago. Om Tham Namaschandraya. Dear Inksy, you ask if I do readings. No, I do not. And if you are messaged by anyone that claims that I do, please know that they are an impersonator. Everything I do is for free. And even if I did readings for free, they'd be much better than any one that you'd pay for from an impersonator. Thank you, dear Anazek, for your 2025 and your friendship necklace. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Dear little black muse, you share. It sounds like what you've been learning with Stoicism a bit. Yeah, I love that. I love how so many cultures around the world express the same truths. Stoicism is definitely very related to the philosophy of the East, because there were relationships between India and Greek and Greece at that point in time. Ancient India, ancient Greece had a lot of connections. They share a lot of philosophy. They share a lot of mythology, actually. Many people that believe that the Stoics had a big influence on India, and Buddhism had a big influence on Stoicism, for example. I love that connection. Only 4 more minutes until 2025 for people in whatever the time zone west of Eastern Standard Time is. Anyone know what time zone it will be? New Year's in a few minutes. Thank you for your New Year's wishes, dear Anazek. Dear Marcus, you had the funniest dream last night. You woke up laughing. Hard to explain. I love dreams like those. Yes, I love when you wake up laughing. Dear Stevie G, you share, we can change our subconscious, which can change our environment. Indeed. Yes. Really what we have to do is change what's in our conscious mind. The thoughts we tell ourselves during the day are the thoughts that keep us up during the night. A lot of those thoughts do come from the environment. But a lot of our environment comes from where we choose to be. And that has to do with our desires and fears, what we want to attain and avoid, which is certainly in our subconscious. So there is a mutual relationship between our subconscious and our environment. Changing our environment can change our thoughts, and changing our thoughts changes our subconscious. If you change your subconscious, you also change your thoughts. If you change your thoughts, you can change your environment. Very true, dear Meg. So much of our environment is not our choice. Not in this lifetime, anyway. What is within our choice is what we do with that environment. How we proceed from here. That is our eternal freedom. You can choose for this moment to inspire you or to degrade you. You can choose to be motivated by a possibility that exists in this moment, or be depressed by a limitation. We have that eternal freedom within us, and that is our inner world. This outer world is forever outside our control, but our inner world is forever ours. Only a few seconds left until midnight, until New Year's in Central Time Zone. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Happy New Year for everyone in the Central Time Zone. Much love to you all. I don't have any fireworks to light, but I do have a little Manjira that I can ding. I'm sure you've already got fireworks going off around you if you're in the central time zone. Where are my Manjira? I would like to be able to make a little noise for you. Oh! Found them. There. I could do a laser show, yeah, with my ridiculously overpowered lasers that'll definitely blind me if I if I accidentally even look at the reflection. Mm-hmm. Or is it a GMT? Mm-hmm. Anyway, Happy New Year's, everyone. Still got one more New Year's until it's New Year's for me in the Pacific time zone. And thank you, dear Christopher, for the heart me you had sent. Hare Krishna. Trying to read some comments up when I scroll up, but it keeps snapping me back down. So I'm having a little difficulty reading some of the comments sent a few minutes ago. UK History, you asked, how do I think if aliens made contact in 2025 it would change religion and spirituality? Well, it shouldn't change spirituality, because all the principles in spirit are the same no matter what. Like, they have the same consciousness as we do. That wouldn't change. Mm-hmm. The structure of life is going to be largely the same no matter what. You must have consciousness, because nothing can exist without consciousness. Consciousness needs some mirror to be reflected off of in order to be experienced. That is the mind. So all life forms have a mind. That mind needs some connection to the objects around it. Those connection points are called the senses. So all life must have some senses. And whenever there are senses, there must be things to experience. So we all experience a world. Now the nature of our world might be different. The nature of our senses may be different. The nature of our mind may be different. But the nature of consciousness is always going to be the same. And by the way, that's a synonym. That's the scientific name for spirit. It's funny. Many scientists say, I don't believe in spirit. Okay, Mr. Science Man, do you believe in consciousness? Of course. Well, then you believe in spirit. That's all it is. Yeah. Perhaps religions might have to adapt to the idea of life outside of our solar system, or life beyond the planet Earth. But why should it matter? Wouldn't it be even more amazing to understand that the creator you believe in is so brilliant that he or she created life in many, many more ways than just one, and that there's a universe teeming with intelligent creation? I think that would even enhance many people's belief. Speaking of which, dear Stevie G, you ask, do I think it's possible to incarnate at a different planet? Yeah, why not? Mm-hmm. But so much of our karmas have to do with this earth that it's just more likely that you'd end up back here. Mm-hmm. I like that, Robert. Instead of fireworks, you can light incense. Yeah, I'll do that. Dear Darby, you ask, can consciousness cease to exist ever? No, because it doesn't exist. So how can that which doesn't exist cease to exist? Consciousness exists as non-existence. If that sounds like a paradox, it kind of is. But it's in the same way that can you ever stop hearing silence? Okay, you remove sound, you're left with silence. But can you remove the silence? If we're just talking about removing, we're not adding thing, we're not masking the silence. Can you remove silence? Can you turn down the volume of silence into anything lower than that? Not a trick question. Just in the way you understand it logically, no. Silence is what's left over when you take everything else away. So there's nothing about silence any further to take away. Or stillness. Can you slow stillness down into an even slower speed? No. Stillness cannot get any slower. How about you take away the light and you're left with darkness? But can you take away the darkness? Because all you're left with is just space. It's in this way, consciousness is what's left when you remove all the objects of your experience. If you remove the world, if you remove your body, if you remove all the sounds and sights and tastes and smells and feelings, if you remove all the thoughts, what you're left with is consciousness. Consciousness is what remains. It's the space of experience. It can never leave your experience. It is the experience. Dear Anazek, you share that you're wishing all the best in the new year. Thank you for that. I did see your messages and acknowledge them before, but maybe you didn't hear the acknowledgement. Thank you for wishing New Year's for everyone here. It is true. Many scientists hold on to the idea that consciousness is an epiphenomenon arising from neurochemistry. But the truth is that if scientists are saying that, then they're actually talking about something else, but they're using the same word, consciousness. What they're actually talking about probably is the mind. But the mind and consciousness, the difference between mind and consciousness is like the difference between the sun and the moon. If you're making all these claims about the sun, but you're looking at the moon and saying, oh, the sun is pretty gray. The sun has various phases, like a crescent sun, a full sun, a new sun, a half sun. If the sun is made up of dust, and some people believe that the sun is made up of cheese, and astronauts have landed on the sun, then they're not actually talking about the sun, are they? They're talking about the moon. They just don't realize it. Likewise, all these scientific claims about, the mind is a product of neurochemistry, and these interactions arise from natural laws, and this is an epiphenomenon due to the energetic interactions between these molecules, expression of quantum mechanics, whatever. They're actually talking about the mind, not the consciousness. They have yet to turn to the consciousness and go, oh, that's consciousness. I've been looking at the mind the whole time and been calling it consciousness. In the same way, in the example, you might be looking at the moon the whole time and calling it the sun. And then you turn your awareness to the sun, you go, oh, everything I described is true. It's just I was describing something different than the sun. Dear Amanda, you apologize, you're a little bit buzzed. I imagine you're not alone on New Year's Eve. I can't really do anything about that. I have to hold space for it. I am very sober. That's something I forgot to think about. It's been years since I had any alcohol. I forget that I'm probably one of the only people who are sober on this night. Yeah, I need to remember that. Happy New Year, dear Taylor. Darby, you share you want to get rid of your mind or consciousness, whichever is easier. Dear Darby, I can't hold space for that kind of thing here because the mind is a beautiful thing. This mind, this brain, is a product of billions of years of evolution to get it to the sharpness that it is now. And so now with your beautiful mind, you say, I don't want it anymore. You want to rid yourself of the most beautiful faculty that's ever been. Now suppose you have a chef's knife that's very, very sharp. But the cook keeps cutting themselves with the knife. And the cook just wants to be rid of this very sharp knife because they keep cutting themselves with it. And so the solution is to throw the knife away, or the solution is to dull the blade. Okay, that is one solution. But then you'll no longer be a cook because you're not going to be able to make much of anything without a knife. Not a sharp one, at least. If you really want to take that route at being blissful, if you take away half your brain, you'll be very blissful. It's called a lobotomy. But what if I told you that instead of dulling the blade or throwing it away, you just steady the hand that's using the blade? You steady that hand. Suddenly the blade is no longer your worst enemy that continues to cut yourself. That blade becomes the best tool to be able to make the most delicious meals as a cook, as a chef. Instead of trying to dull the blade, steady the thing that holds your mind. The problem is people are suffering how sharp their mind is. In the same way that people are suffering how sharp their knife is. The problem is not the sharpness of the knife. It's how you use it. Steady the hand that holds the knife. The sharpness becomes your greatest tool. Steady the intellect that holds the mind. your mind becomes the greatest tool. Goodbye, dear Anazek. And you can't remove consciousness. You also can't remove your mind. You definitely cannot remove consciousness because that's all you are. And all you are is going to be all you are, as it has been, as it will be, as it is. Consciousness is the essence of your being. Your mind is your mirror. If you don't like what you see in the mirror, polish the mirror. Because I promise your reflection is truly beautiful. The mirror is just dirty. So clean it. Your mind drives you crazy. You'd rather cease to exist. Lobotomy all the way. I'm sorry. I can't have you here in this space if you keep talking like this. Because I cannot validate any sort of self-harm in such a way. I can't hold space for that. I can't validate that because it's unhealthy. I will have to ask you to be open to other ways of finding peace than self-harm. Otherwise, I will have to ask you to leave or find another space. Thank you. This is something I take very seriously. Of course, there's room for joking about how challenging the mind is. But if we're really serious about trying to destroy or remove a part of our experience, then this is very heartbreaking to me. And I can't hold space for that. The problem is not the mind. The mind is a beautiful thing. Let me tell you the story of someone who thought that there was something very, very wrong with their skin. This person had went to the doctor, if I can tell a story. They went to the doctor because they thought they had this terrible skin condition. Every time they looked at themselves, they'd see all these strange markings on their skin. They went to the doctor and the doctor couldn't understand. But slowly, he started to get a picture. You see, what this man was doing is they had looked in the mirror and they saw someone who was very dirty, and so they went in the shower and they cleaned themselves and they used soap and shampoo and body wash and everything. And when they got out, they looked at themselves in the mirror and all of the dirt was still on top of them. Every time they went into the shower and got out, they'd still see all the dirt on them. They thought that it must not be dirt, it must be something more serious. When the doctor realized what was happening, the doctor said, "I have a prescription for you." "Oh boy, so you know what's happening?" The man said. "Yes, I know what's happening." "What disease do I have then?" Doctor said, "There's no disease. I'm going to give you a prescription for a window cleaner. Because your mirror must be dirty." What was happening is when the man was looking at himself in the mirror, he was actually judging what was on the mirror and not what was truly being reflected behind. Our mind might appear to reflect something which we don't like to see. And just like the man who thought there was something wrong with him, he thought that he didn't like who he was. We don't like who we are when we misjudge what we see in the mirror for our true reflection. If we can polish that mirror, if we can clean it of impurities, we can turn that mirror into something which reflects the beauty which was always there. Hello, dear Emma. Namaste, dear Haley. And thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your quartet of roses, your perfume, your quartet of TikToks, and a pair of roses. Om Sadyoja Tam Prapadyami Sadyojataya Vai Namo Namah Bhave Bhave Nati Bhave Bhavaswamham Bhavodbhavaya Namah. And dear Kitty Fondue, thank you for your rosa too. Om Kring Kali Kaye Namah. That's right, dear Starlight. Wow. Suffering can shut us down so deeply from such an early age. It isn't easy escaping that prison, but it is possible. And Sarah, you add, the real struggle of life is accepting the paradox of life as suffering and life as love. It's both. Life is both terror and exhalation. Exhilaration. It's beauty and fear, but you can choose what you focus on. And Starlight, wow, you add, this is very true. And it's hard for those of us who have been most isolated to make that leap. Indeed. But ultimately, the power is within us. The challenge is to empower each other in a way that doesn't seem to dismiss the struggles that we've had. We can identify as the one who has struggled, and there is always truth in whatever we identify in. But are these struggles really what make us who we are today? Or is it something even deeper? Is it not the struggle itself, but the voice in us that was never silenced? The passion in us that was never quenched? The pursuit of happiness in us that never ended? The warrior in us? That is our true nature. Every challenge has its own limitations, but it also has its own ingredients for us to put together in ways that are even nurturing for our experience today. Even the most powerful experiences that may leave us traumatized cannot one day be used as our greatest source of strength, because we can reflect on all that and say, I am here today, and the lessons this experience has taught me will continue to be a guiding light for me and those in my life who I can relate with and empathize. Much love, dear Dean. Happy New Year. Dear Sydney, I wonder how I feel about the movie Wicked. I don't think I've watched that movie yet, dear Sydney. But how did you feel about it? Thank you, dear kitty. Dear brave Bella, you ask, do I have any New Year's resolutions? Nope. But every day I like to create little resolutions for myself. I live on a day-to-day basis. It's not about what I accomplish this year, it's about what I accomplish every day for me. Of course, today I prayed to be able to be an even better host of this live stream today than I was yesterday. A better son, a better brother, a better friend. That's enough for me. Happy New Year, dear Leo. Much love to you. And thank you, dear Austin. Good night, dear Darby. Thank you, brave Bella, for your hand hearts. Here's some for you. Om Bhuvaswaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. That's a very good point, dear Chad. If dear Amanda, if you've been drinking and you've taken the painkiller, that can have some unfortunate side effects. It's good to wait until the alcohol is out of our system for us to take painkillers again. Whenever you take a suppressant like alcohol with another suppressant, or is it a depressant, like a painkiller, that can intensify some of the negative side effects. Dear little black muse, you've been doing yoga for a week and it's really been making a difference, especially in thoughts. I'm so happy to hear that. Yoga is perhaps my favorite school of philosophy. One that covers all aspects of life. From our environment, to our body, to our mind. It's very true, dear Purusha's mouth. Neither alcohol nor painkillers are good for our liver or kidney. Dear Sydney, you feel like Wicked was a really spiritual, big insight into your inner world, your ego and spirit. I'm delighted to hear that. I love when movies like that help bring about revelations. They can certainly be transformative experiences. Mhm. Ah, that is the science. Thank you, Chad. Acetaminophen and alcohol are both metabolized in the liver, as taking both can cause liver failure. Not to scare you, Amanda. I'm sure you'll be okay, but in the future, that risk is not one that you want to take. The thing about alcohol is it's really like a loan we take, or it feels like, well, we have the money, that it's ours, but when we have to pay off our debts, we might feel even worse off than before. Alcohol is like that, and we go into debt with our future self. On New Year's Eve, we might feel very happy, but New Year's Day, we might feel very depressed and low. So important that we don't go into debt with our future self. We want to start off our New Year's happy. We just want to start every day happy. So if we can explore means of bringing out joy in the present and not taking it from the future, so we don't have to go into debt, that can be a very healthy thing to pursue. Hello, dear Fad. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your 2025 glasses. Om Kring Kalikaye Namah. Dear Horizon, you shared, seems like most faiths forbid it, or at least heavily restrict use of it. Yes, it's so ingrained. It is very ingrained in our cultures around the world. What I really like about the faiths of India is they don't forbid it, but they explain the reasons why. That if you do engage in it, that it's not a true pleasure. It's only a temporary, it's a fleeting experience. And we should all be in pursuit of eternal peace, eternal joy, eternal bliss. And this is something that we have access to internally. We don't have to turn to any object outside of our experience for that. But the yogis, the tantrikas of India, they also found a way to use these substances. If you really are going to use them, at least use them to help you meditate. This is true. The tantrikas say that sometimes Shiva drinks a little bit of alcohol to help him meditate. Use that feeling of intoxication to go within. If you're going to experience any sort of bliss, at least use that bliss to uncover your eternal nature, and then you won't have to pursue it. Yeah. If you stigmatize any substance, it ultimately doesn't end up helping, because stigmatization is one of the reasons that we pursue substances anyway. It just adds to all the stresses that we get relief from when we engage in them. It's kind of ironic that if you tell them how terrible you are for smoking, you'll need a cigarette. If I say, oh my god, you're the worst person ever for smoking, it does all these things, after hearing that rant, you'll think, wow, I really need a cigarette now. I think the same is true for alcohol. The same is true for most substances. If you get upset with someone for drinking, they'll feel that emotion and then go, I need a drink. It's unfortunate it works like that, because you wish you could just be direct and say it like it is, but we have to treat these things with love and care, not stigmatize them. That yes, genuinely you can experience pleasure from these things. But there's so much more for you in here than there is out there. The bliss of knowing your true self. Now that is something that even if you experience 1% of 1% of, nothing else becomes pleasurable to you. Just in relation. Just in comparison. Dear Lily, you share. You lost your dog, your job, your marriage, and your brother. What's happening? Sounds like a new chapter is opening up in your life. And I imagine that it seems like the world around you is collapsing, losing the things that you love most. That can be very disorienting and leave you feeling like you have nothing. I'm very sorry to hear that. But you have the most important thing still, and that is life itself. You are still alive. If you didn't have that, you wouldn't be able to experience any of those other things. It doesn't matter. Sorry, I shouldn't have paused at the end of that sentence before I had figured out the rest. What you go through does matter, but nothing else matters in your life if you don't have a life. So the fact that you still have that is a big blessing. You're still here, and I'm grateful for that. You're a part of this world, as I am today. Everything you need in order to live a happy and successful life is still with you now. Because all of the happiness that you experienced through your job, through your marriage, through your brother, through your dog, all of that happiness came from you. We had an opportunity to express that joy through these things, but they were not the source of it. The things we pursue in life are not actually sources of our joy, but places for us to put it. All of the love we have is already in here. We're just looking for places to put that love. You can lose a place to put that love, but you can never lose love itself. You can lose a place to express yourself to, but you can never lose yourself. All these experiences of life, they serve only as mirrors, and these mirrors reflect what's already inside. Because you've lost a mirror, don't think you've lost what's being reflected in that mirror, which was all the joy and all that love, because you were the source of that. And don't think that you'll run out of places to put that love. There are innumerable things to be grateful for, no matter what we've lost. And we can always start with our breath. Breath is still here. We can be grateful our breathing continues, heart still beating, grateful for that. As a new day, a new year, grateful for the possibilities that brings. We've had so much of life to experience and express so far. We can be grateful for that. All of the times we've had, even if they aren't continuing in the same way now, they don't lose value. In fact, they gain value. All of these memories become even more precious with time. In the transition, it might seem like these are memories that remind you of what you're missing now. But soon all of these things become memories of beautiful times that continue to be expressed through everything that you are and do today. All of life continues in this way. Thank you, dear Starlight Wow, for the tiny that you had sent. Happy New Year! The tiny says. And thank you, Isabella, for your finger heart. Here's one for you. Om Som Somaya Namah. Of course, dear Lily. You will get through this. I know it is so, because you have survived everything you have thus far, and the nature of your being is changeless. I love that quote, dear Starlight Wow. Conquer the angry by love, the wicked by goodness, the miserable by generosity, and the liar by truth. And I like that, dear Sydney. Each of our lives is like a book with travesties and revelations. Well, thank you, dear Chance. I have yet to be in the new year, in this calendar at least. For I am still in a time zone which the new year has yet to reach. That's right, in British Columbia, in Canada. Happy New Year, dear Eric. I'm so far behind in Canada. Speed up. And yet it's the same moment that we both exist in. We just keep track of time differently. Happy New Year, dear the Chaos Pixie. I love you too, dear Eric. Little black muse you share. Let's talk about sleep. Where do we go? Any thoughts? Oh yes, all thoughts. Only thoughts, in fact. Dreams are just thoughts. We don't go anywhere. In the same way that you don't go anywhere when you die either. We never go anywhere because things come and go to us. From our experience, we're always the same. We've always been in the same place. Here. When we're dreaming, we're still here. It's just the world's moved away from us in dream. Same thing with death. And death will still be here. It's just the world moves away from us. From our experience, you don't experience yourself going anywhere. When you're walking down the street, you're exactly where you are. It's just that parts of the street are coming closer to you and other parts are going away from you. Right? From your experience, you never go anywhere. Your body moves in funny ways that makes parts of the world come closer and parts of the world go farther. Dream is like that, but at a different level. In dream, we push the whole world away. And instead we go towards our subconscious. In our conscious mind, we experience the world. In our subconscious mind, we experience our memories, our samskaras, our impressions. What arises to the surface are aspects of our journey that we've experienced so far that we have yet to process. And what's amazing is that it's a process that's entertaining as well. It's like a game. It's a gamified version of processing your experiences. So you don't have to logically analyze all of the experiences you've had. And you can even shut off the logical, analytical mind and process your experiences more creatively. And that's called dreaming, also called astral projecting. The astral is just another term for the subconscious. And what is being projected is not ourself, but the plane of the subconscious onto our conscious field of view. The dream world is being projected onto our mind because we experience way more information than we could ever process consciously. So we have to take time to go away from the world, to work with some of the impressions that have been left on our mind, and we call that dream. And it's an interactive experience where you get to attend to the things in your memory as if you were there directly. Memory and imagination. And thank you, the soul's journey, for your heartmate, your rose and cherry crab. Om Namah Parashaktaye. Thank you, dear Robert. May you have a wonderful sleep. Is any of that real? Asked Little Black Muse. Well, what do you mean by real? If you mean that you're really experiencing it, yeah, absolutely. It's just not physical. You're really experiencing your subconscious. But I wouldn't say your subconscious is any less real than the conscious. It's just a different part of the experience. For a cat, you might say the real world is your dream world, because a cat sleeps about 18 hours a day, which is more than 2/3. We might experience 1/3 of our life dreaming, but a cat only experiences 1/3 of its life awake. So to a cat, the majority of its experience is probably dreamed. So if we're calling what's real, what's the majority of our experience, then to a cat what's real is the dreams. And then for the moments that it's awake, that's its dream. No wonder it's so unbothered by the world. Cats They don't care much for the physical because it's only this much of their experience, when most of their life takes place at a different plane, the subtle plane. For us, it just seems like dream is a minority part of our experience, so we don't consider it as real. But if you're a big dreamer, it's very much an important part of our experience, just like the waking. Dear Aaron, you're wondering if I've read any of the 40k lore. For science fiction, it seems pretty spiritual. All of the stories that have ever been written are an expression of spirit. If we are receptive to that, we can find spiritual truths within anything. Lore is very spiritual. It will always be spiritual because it invokes timeless and ancient sentiments of prophecies and wisdom of long ago. I haven't read much of 40k myself, but I absolutely believe you and trust in your experience. Much love to you, dear Mirna. Dear, we've won the mental war. You share that you think you're just too worried to learn the wrong ways to understand the astral world and you're not sure where to start. Don't worry so much. What matters most in life are not these spiritual side quests about gaining the ability to astral project or anything like that. All of that is secondary to your kindness, your honesty, your vulnerability, your authenticity, your humility, your compassion, your creativity, your empathy. Those are the highest vibrations. So only if you want to pursue those other things, you can. But when it comes to the highest goals of life, of moksha, liberation, being free from suffering, going beyond the pain in our mind, all we have to do is very simple. And it's turn to our role that we play in the world as a giver, as a lover, as a helper, as a healer, as an instrument for grace. If you can turn your attention to that, you will become very happy very quickly. But if you're curious to understand the relationship between the mind, body, and spirit, you can study scriptures that describe the subtle body and the various koshas or layers of our existence, such as reading from the Taittiriya Upanishad. There's a chapter that describes the layers of our existence, the middle layer being called the Sukshuma, which is translated to astral, but probably more accurately translated to subtle, the subtle plane of our existence. That includes our mind, that includes our subconscious, it includes our sense of self, it includes our memory, our inner faculties. What matters most at the layer of the subtle is that we have a good relationship with our sense of self, our intellect, our mind, and our memory. If you can get these things cooperating with each other, you will live a very blissful life. If you can continue to expand your sense of self, that sets up the chain of reaction for the other inner faculties in the subtle body. Subsequently, a healthy sense of self will lead to a healthy intellect. A healthy intellect will lead to a healthy mind. Healthy mind will lead to a healthy subconscious. Hello, dear Tattvam Asi. Thank you for your septet of roses. Om Kham Jahnavyay Namah. Hello, dear FD. Does a new year equal a new you? Sure, but also a new month leads to a new you. A new week equals new you. A new day equals a new you. Every hour you are new. Every minute you are new. In fact, every second you are new. No matter what span of time we are speaking of, you are ever new in each moment. Seems like in the chat there are people who work really hard and struggle to make a living and deserve to be acknowledged for that, and are feeling a little left out, seeing the privileges of others and comparing themselves unnecessarily. It is my wish for you to discover happiness, and that there are people in your life that acknowledge the hard work that you do. You are seen, you are heard, you are felt. Your story is important. And I wish for a world in which we all can aspire to the same level of aspiration and understand the challenges it takes to generate wealth and support a family and support ourselves. And may we also all strive for a place in which everyone has the privileges to be able to have time to explore other things in their life, like the pursuit of their spiritual endeavors, or their creative aspirations, or just spending quality time with their loved ones. And thank you, dear Starlight Wow, for your quintet of ice cream codes. Om Bhram Bhairvaya Namo Namah. If only they could see the ripple effect of their hard work. Indeed. Much love to everyone here. I may not know the journey that you've had. I may not know your story or your name, but I'm grateful that we exist together on the same planet together. And if there's any way in which I can be of service to you, it would be an honor. And if anyone needs the reminder, everything I do is free, has been free, and will always be free. Unfortunately, there are people that use my username, and they might follow you while I'm live, and they might ask for any money for certain services. But remember that everything I do here is for you, for free. And no gift is ever expected or necessary. And I hope you are affirmed in that, in case you need the reminder. But I am very grateful that in the donations that I do get here, it is enough to get food, to pay for medicine, for toiletries. But I trust that the divine will take care of me. Even if I never get a single penny from these live streams, I will always continue to do them, as my resources are here for you. And if any of you are struggling to make ends meet, if you are struggling to have food on your plate, or to pay for medicine, or anything like that, you are always welcome to reach out to me. And although I don't have a lot of money myself, I will try to help you in the best way that I can, as I don't want any Sanghi here to go without food. I will happily use my resources to support you. All you have to do is ask. All you have to do is reach out, and I am here for you. Dear Starlight Wow, you share. Here you're quoting someone who may be saying, he abused me, he struck me, he overpowered me, he robbed me. Those who harbor such thoughts do not still their hatred. This is fierce. How to follow? This sounds like a conversation that we could probably have more privately, so that I could better have the context in which you share this question. But with the implication being dismissing anyone's abuse or struggle, of course we should never do that. If this is a quote from some respectable spiritual teacher, I imagine that the interpretation is very subtle. And the idea is about separating ourselves from the identity of a victim. But it's a thin line to draw between that and dismissing someone's struggles, which of course we should never do. We should always honor and acknowledge the experience that someone's had, the journey that they've had. And that includes if they had to stand up for themselves, or create space, set boundaries, all of that should be validated. Thank you, dear Anaha, for your rose. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Dear Sheldon, you ask, how do you even give money to help people if they need it? Because TikTok steals. What do you use? You can use other platforms besides TikTok if you're worried about TikTok taking a portion of it. I believe in a TikTok gift, 50% of the gift goes to TikTok. The other 50% goes to whoever you're gifting. You can use other platforms like PayPal, for example. Can I contact the mothership to take you home? You are on the mothership. It's called Mother Earth. She is the mothership. We're standing on her right now. And thank you, dear Lily, for your 20 roses. Om Pram Hanumate Namah. Everyone is, of course, welcome to speak their mind, speak their truth. If there's room for understanding each other, I'll always hold space for that. If allowing someone to speak their mind is actively suppressing another person's voice, then of course we'll moderate. But in general, if someone is expressing criticism towards me, then it would be healthy for me to allow space for that, because it would be unhealthy to create an echo chamber where everyone around me was only complimenting me. If, however, that criticism turns to each other, like the people here, and people start insulting each other, well, then I have a duty to respect the sanctity of the peace for each other, for example. But people are welcome to direct their negativity to me, but not on anyone here. If anyone directs their negativity to someone else here, I will take action. Definitely. Dear Tattvamasi, you ask what I did to my hair today. I'm impressed that you noticed that I did something. For Christmas, my mother got me this 3-step thing. Shampoo, conditioner, and some hair curl thing. And I didn't want her to be sad if I didn't use it, so I used it today. Of course, it makes people happy when we use their gifts, so... Hello, dear Sci-Fi Stories. You have a question? And oh my goodness, it was a Happy New Year 8 minutes ago. I missed that. My apologies. For those who had their New Year 8 minutes ago, Happy New Year to you. It is the last New Year before the New Year's for me on the Pacific time zone on the coast of Canada. But yes, your question, dear Sci-Fi. You're on your spiritual journey, but somehow you always feel like a fraud. Sounds like you're doing it correct then. Yeah. If you feel like an imposter, it means you're successfully embarking on the spiritual path. The moment that you don't feel like an imposter is the moment you've got distracted. If you feel like you've got it all together, that means you're not growing. Humility means you're always questioning if your role is appropriate. Because if you're not questioning that, then what if you do something inappropriate? How can you learn from that? We can't be stubborn. We have to be open to the fact that maybe we do overstep boundaries from time to time. Even enlightened people accidentally cross people's boundaries, and they have to be able to know when to adapt, when to say sorry, when to say thank you for teaching me a lesson, for example, that I was in the wrong, for example. Enlightenment is not about being perfect. It's a lot more about being imperfect. It's about the process of change rather than the ultimate result of that change, which will go on forever. Spirituality teaches us to be kind to others, to help others. But when we put ourselves in a position to help, to be kind, We have to be careful that we're not putting ourselves in an authority position, that we're not helping because we think we're higher, or that others are lower and that they need our help. So that feeling of caution surrounding your role is actually a very good thing, as long as it's not actively taking away from the help that you offer to the world. As long as it's not taking away from your love, then that is your insurance. Happy New Year, dear Mango. And dear, who is Fiona? Dear Lily, you ask, what is this connection? Do I know? Connection between what? Dear Lily. Oh, I see. You had another comment just before that. During all that has happened, you asked the universe to give you an answer that everything would be okay. And the next day, a fox came to your house and she comes every day in your room to the window. Oh, I love that. Oh, I think you already know the answer to your question. That is the answer to a previous question. You had asked the universe to give you a sign. The answer to that inquiry was the fox. How wonderful. Hello, dear Morgan. You point out that there is a different calendar system. For example, in India, it is true. I would not call it a real New Year, and in terms of others being not real, although I have love for the teachings and philosophy of India, and I see them as perhaps one of the most holistic and all-inclusive set of spiritual teachings and practices there is, period. I still would not say that they triumph over other cultures and traditions around the world. The spirit of the Sanatana Dharma is the eternal path that we're all on. I'm happy to hear that you're joking. Thank you, dear Fiona, for your heart me. And 32 team bracelets. And tiny, yippee! And flowers. Om Tham Namaschandraya. And dear Starlight Wow, thank you for your quintet of roses. Om Dum Durgaya Namah. Dear Tattvamasi, you share to set a boundary. You have to know your boundary, right? How do you set that? To set a boundary, you have to know what you're protecting. Suppose someone contracted you to protect a certain species of flower in a forest. Let's say it's an endangered species. So they give you all these fencing, and you're asked to protect the flower. You don't have to know where to place the fence exactly. You have to know where the flowers are. Perhaps you already know where the flowers are, you just don't know how precious they are. So with the knowledge of the flower and its importance, then naturally you set up boundaries to protect that. Usually boundaries are not to protect you. They can be to protect the other person. Because it's not right for the other person to depend on you for something that they can discover within themselves. People can look for validation in others. They may come to us for validation in many ways. We set a boundary with them, not to protect anything here per se, but to protect them. We say, I'm sorry, but I can't be that source of validation for you because it's not my role. You have to find that inside you. I want you to find that. Give them the space to discover that within themselves. So you're putting a boundary around their ability to search for validation in places that aren't to be searched for. You're protecting the flower inside them that is their own self-love, for example. Other times you could understand that a boundary is to protect your role. Again, not you directly, but your role for another person. Even though a teacher may swear in her own private life, and she has no problem experiencing the joy of curse words with people in her life, she might set a boundary with her students, because if we're resorting to that kind of expression, then that can limit the student's ability to learn and the teacher's ability to teach. Again, I reiterate, the teacher has no problem with swearing. And there's nothing inherently wrong with the student swearing either. But in the context of each other's role for each other, it's good to have clear communication. Clear, direct, helpful communication. Otherwise, the learning-teaching process gets corrupted, for example. This is just one example. There are many relationships where, professors and teachers can be more casual, and that serves a different role. But for young children, for example, for people who are in elementary school, you might set that boundary with them. So you have to know, what is it you're protecting? I think it's helpful to understand, what is it about the other person that you're protecting? Or what is it about our role that we are protecting? Then the boundaries get put up correspondingly. Now, if you want a template to set boundaries, a really simple template is step 1. Point out an observation. For example, when you go out at night and leave me alone to myself. Step 1, you pointed out an observation. Step 2, you point out your feelings. That makes me feel scared because I sometimes need you at nighttime. Step 3, offer a compromise or some action that they can take to help you fill your needs. Would you be willing to let me come out with you? Or can we plan to have nights where we're both home at the same time together in each other's company? Real easy 3-step process. You just point out an observation. Nothing wrong with observing. We all do it. Then you point out how it makes you feel. Nothing wrong with how you feel. We all feel. We don't get to choose the fact that we feel. And then step 3, we ask a question. And there's nothing wrong with asking a question. So you should feel like this process, this template is not going to be seen as a threat, because all 3 of those things are innocuous. You express something you've observed. You express a feeling. And then you ask if something can be done about that. If the answer is no, well then nothing has changed. You're not grieving any loss because you haven't gained anything. You already have your no. The worst thing that could happen is that the no just becomes verbalized. The best thing that could happen is that they accept your terms. And even if they say no to one compromise, you can always offer another. And you can repeat the whole process. Okay, when you say no, you don't want me to come with you at nighttime. That makes me feel like you're doing something that you're trying to hide from me. Could you explain why you don't want me to come? There. Now you're using the process to support the process. It's a really great technique that you can use in so many different situations. Dear Tattvamasi, you share you may have crossed societal boundaries, but you feel good. You had a good family vacation. I see. We might be talking about two different kinds of boundaries here. Societal expectations might be different from boundaries. You can break society's expectations all you want. No problem with that. If you want to wear a flamboyant dress, even though as a male society doesn't expect you, that's not a boundary. That's an expectation. And you're more than welcome to cross that. Just an example. Dear Mr. Christ, you ask, the bench that I sat on, when did I find that bench? About the same time that I started attending university. Because the bench is on my university campus. Happy new cosmic year, dear Julian. Happy New Year, dear Rahina. I'm glad you liked my example of that template, dear G. And thank you. It's Amy for your hand hearts. Here's some for you. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namah. What year? Well, the problem is I don't really think in terms of years. It was after I graduated high school. A lot of my memories are tethered to what year I was in school. I don't even remember what age I was in various grades. All I know is what grade I was in, for example. And that was after grade 12. And since then, life has definitely been a bit of a blur. Let's see. I can do some reverse engineering. I actually graduated early at 16, and so I entered university at 16, and I was born in 2001, so this would have been 2017. In fact, probably more like 2018, because I have a late birthday. Yeah. My late birthday is after school starts, so 2018. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your love painting. Om Arlam Arlam Ashvinibhyam Namah. Happy New Year, dear Jane. Happy 3025, dear Mariham. Oh my, you are really in a future time zone, hey? You're not just a few time zones over. You're a few thousand time zones over. Hello, dear Mike. Thank you for being a part of the new year with me. Happy New Year, dear Jane and Leona. Dear Tatvamasi, you share you were watching Interstellar again. You think we need stories of acceptance, more than of triumph. I actually haven't watched Interstellar. Is it a movie of acceptance or triumph, would you say? Or maybe both. Dear G, you're wondering if Sandy and Shadow will peek in? Well, that's up to them. If they want to come say hi, they're welcome to. Maybe it's a triumph through acceptance, dear Rahina. Movie about connection. Dear Stevie G, you asked me for help, but probably none of that went through. Oh dear. Dear Stevie G, I don't think it did come through. I'm afraid. I'm sorry about that. We need a chat just for you. Have to write some software. I'll have it up on my screen on the side whenever I'm live. And then you get to type from your phone, maybe. Actually, I could do that. What kind of phone do you have? I don't know how to program on iOS, but I can program on Android. If you have an Android, I can make a Stevie app for you and you can message me through it. You have a Galaxy, so yes, Android. Well, I think it'd be really funny if we did that. All we'd really have to know is each other's IP addresses. And that's easily figure-outable. Thank you, dear Moonflower, for your heartmate. And 2025. 11 of them. Which puts us into, what, the year... I am not going to be able to make that calculation. 11 times 2025. I'll just leave you with the formula. At least the year 5000. I agree, Alice. Happy New Year, dear Celine. Dear Jane, you share that Interstellar was significant because it pointed out that we can contact different time frames. Absolutely. Yeah. The year 22,275. Thank you, Moonflower. Dear Rahina, you share that you drunkenly made a resolution, but you woke up forgetting what it was. Maybe that is what it was. My New Year's resolution is to forget my New Year's resolution. You wake up. Huh. What was my New Year's resolution? It's like that joke that you can play with straight people. You could say, "You want to see a magic trick?" They say, "Sure." I'm gonna snap my fingers, and you're gonna forget that you were ever gay. Ready? And they say, "But I was never gay." And then you say, "So the trick worked." And then it'll really throw them for one hell of a rabbit hole. Wait a second. Thank you, Moonflower, for your tiny. Yippee! Dear Stevie G, you asked for me to possibly pray or bless for your being to be cleansed and purified and blessed. Your being is the purifier itself. As Atma, you are Satchit Ananda. You are truth, consciousness, bliss. There's nothing about it that can be made any more clean. It's already the cleanest. The most pure, the most blessed. I can't make you any more blessed or clean or purified than you are already. But we do have a duty for our bodies and our minds. And absolutely I pray that with all the power that I have access to, which probably isn't a lot, but all of it nonetheless, I pray that you take care of your body, you take care of your mind, that they become pure, they become clean, they become blessed, that your body experiences good health, and your mind experiences healthy attitudes, and you rejoice in gratitude every day. That's funny, Hybrid Gen. You are craving a rave. You are craving Hanuman Chalisa. Set to music. That'd be really fun if we chant mantras to house music. I just realized I can't beatbox and do mantras at the same time. Makes me very sad. It's okay. I have an idea. How about this? So we'll just put that in the background. Om Bhur-bhuvasvaha Tatsavitur-varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Something like that. You recognize the FL Studio sound. Of course, dear Stevie G. Thank you, dear Hybrid Gent, for your half a dozen roses. And now at regular speed. Om Bhur-bhuvasvaha Tatsavitur-varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Goodbye, dear Alice. Thank you for the wonderful new moon wishes and a bright new day. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the DJ glasses, dear Starlight. Wow. That is very appropriate, isn't it? Om Kali. Actually, you know what? That mantra really goes well with a beat. What if we tried it with the Kali mantra? But we use Put the BPM down. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostude. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostude. Om Kali Mahakali Kali, you know. Thank you, dear Gina, for your trio of roses. Ram Ram. This is a sign we have to make music as soon as possible. I agree. But can it wait until next year? But don't fret, that's only 13 minutes for me. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your yippee! Who says we can't bring out the ancient prayers in modern ways? Regina, you share we're a year apart. Really? Because from you I feel inseparably close. You can wait 13 minutes. Well, all you have to do is wait 12 minutes now. Just do what you did the last minute 12 more times. Oh wait, did I mess up my math? It's actually more than that. It's 23 minutes, now 22 minutes. For New Year's. Hey, math was never my specialty. Not mental math, anyway. Time is getting longer by the minute. Ah. That's funny. That's funny, Purusha. I really like that joke you just made. By the minute, I get it. Hello, dear Junior Keek. You ask if I have any New Year's resolutions. 4K? 8K? Maybe? Maybe we can increase the resolution. That'd be nice. Something higher. Go from 240 to 480 to 360. No, wait. 360 to 480 to 720, 1080, 2K, 4K, 8K, 16K. There's no stopping what's possible. Well, maybe the plank length, but don't worry about that. Dear Regina, you share, your mom told you once that you're from a long line of mathematicians, and you told her maybe it skipped a gen. Yeah, you got it as a recessive gene. It might be dominant next time. We'll see. Thank you, dear Jane. I hope to always make this a safe space to include you in it. Much love to you. Now let's see if we have time for our question of the day before New Year's. For me at least. For most of you it's already the New Year. Today I ask, how are you going to be kinder to yourself this year? I know that New Year's can come with a lot of stress. And we can be so hard on ourselves. And we mistake being hard on ourselves with becoming better versions. But let's go easy on ourselves this year. Let's not work harder. Let's work easier. Let's not study harder. Let's study easier. Let's not be harder on ourselves. Let's be softer. How are you going to be kinder to yourself this year? Thank you, dear G. I'm so grateful to have met you this year. And I'm honored to know you. And the fact that you have gone through so much within this last year and used that as an instrument to sing your song of your soul, and to express even deeper parts of yourself is beyond an honor, but something that I feel I don't even deserve to experience. And that is how wonderful of an addition you are in my life. Beyond thank you. You are an inspiration. Dear Regina, you will allow yourself to express and feel your emotions as they come and not hide them. Dear Ashley, you will honor your boundaries. Stevie G, you will give yourself lots of love, exercise, practices, patience, treat yourself like a loved one, and breathing. Augustine, you point out the simplicity of loving what you do and embracing the changes to come. Myrna, you're thinking about slow living is kind to oneself. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Tatvamasi, you share the understanding that what is happening is not your doing. You are a focus point of the whole universe, and you ought to be admired. I love that. Happy New Year, dear Danielle. Loving yourself more shares Mariham. Good, good. I appreciate you too, dear Danielle. Dear G, you share being at peace with all the darkness we've experienced. Indeed. Stevie G, you will also allow yourself to have a helpful, useful therapist and psychiatrist. That's a great gift you can give to your mind. Thank you, dear Frank. Dear Jane, you'd also like to be kind to yourself by stopping your martyr journey of only making friends with people who disagree with you. It's important that we have a diverse group of perspectives in our life. Yes. That can be said in the positive sense. It can also be said in the negative sense. Good to have people that challenge us. But if we only have people that challenge us, well, that's much worse. It's good to have people that both challenge us and support us. Dear Chaos Pixie, you will start running again for your mental health. And you will forgive yourself for the days that you forget to run or decide not to. Because being kind to yourself includes being kind to yourself when you don't fill up to be all you want to see in yourself. Dear Moonflower, you share this is your 78th year on Earth, and you want to be grateful for every moment you are given. I love that so much, dear Moonflower. And what a flower you are, blossoming over these 78 years. The fragrance of wisdom emanates from your skin. Much love to everyone here. Dear Tattvamasi, your answer was beautiful. Do not worry in the slightest. It speaks for us all. Hybrid Jen, you share, maybe just start saying, I love myself, because I never do that. Oh, well, you can start right now. Oh, I like that, dear G. You would love to be, in all of your stories, a fly on the wall, watching you all grow. Me too. Dear User 57, you want to date yourself the new year. Treat yourself as you would treat a lover. That's so beautiful. Please do. Dear Nora, you ask, even though you love yourself but not enough, how can you upgrade that to fully believe in yourself? Ah, I think I know what's happened, dear Nora. You love yourself, and you notice that there's more room to love yourself. And no matter how much you love yourself, you notice that there's even more room remaining left to love yourself. You have taken that to be as a sign that you don't quite fully believe in yourself. I see that as proof that you've discovered that there are infinite things to love about yourself, and you'll never run out. You see how much love you've given yourself, and you know that there's more love for you to receive. Doesn't that tell you about how much there truly is to love about yourself? Happy New Year, dear Kylie Kelly. 10 more minutes, says Hybrid Jen. Fireworks are starting over there. I wonder if we'll get fireworks where I live. Probably a couple, I imagine. Not as much as my fellow Americans, who really love their fireworks. That's for sure. Dear Celine, your answer to the question of the day is wake up and ground yourself, hug yourself, and say, I love you. I love that. Good evening, dear Robbie. I'm happy to hear that, dear Nora. Sometimes it's easier to relate to the negative things from yourself than all the good ones you have. Well, you know what? All the negativity is just the space that leads you to the infinitude of all the positive things that you have to discover. For example, anything we don't like about ourselves, for example, is truly a gateway into discovering how much love we can put in that place. We can feel that emptiness and go, something's missing. But we can also look at that emptiness and see just how much room there is to love there. So much space to hold so much love. And that is a blessing. If you say, I wish I wasn't so stupid, you could entirely equivalently say, I wish I understood the depth of my intelligence and was able to use that much more of it. On one hand, you've acknowledged that space as a deficit. On the other, you've acknowledged it as a positivity, as a possibility, I mean to say. Thank you, dear Regina. And in your most alone times, you were able to be a mirror to reflect the light of others. And for that, I give my love and deepest respect to you. Less than 10 minutes for our New Year's, where I live. Thank you, dear Stevie G. I look forward to sharing your song. So, your question, dear Nora, you ask of me, how am I really feeling inside myself? Well, let me look and see. When I close my eyes and see what I see with my mind's eye, I am filled with the faces, names, and stories that I had the honor of listening to this past year with all of you. And when I assess the quality of that soil, which is the fertile bed for whatever is to grow from here, I see that it is soft and moist and full of everything we need to build a community which can serve the test of time and serve others and transcend our attachment to time itself. I see possibility, and it scares me, and it inspires me just the same. That I'm terrified of all the uncertainty, and yet so in awe of all that can come from the space we share here. And for that, I would just like to say thank you. And you have given me the greatest purpose in life. And I wish to spend the rest of my life bringing out the greatest purpose that each of you have to offer. In any way that you let me. I might not have any New Year's resolutions, but tonight I make an exception that I resolve deep within myself to never give up on any challenges that you may share with me. Even though I might not know the answers or have the solutions, I am dedicated to exploring them with you together and holding space for us all to share our journeys in which we walk each other home to the source within ourselves, and we rejoice and celebrate in what an honor it is to hold each other's hands on the way there. I chose to be live tonight, not because I had no celebration to attend to, but so that everyone who would be alone would have some space to be a part of here tonight, so that you wouldn't feel alone. I love you too, Stevie G. I have never felt alone in my life. It's a blessing that I want to share with everyone. Ever since I was a child, just playing with the blades of grass felt like eternal friendship to me. Watching the moon follow the car home, imagining the stories my stuffed animals would have to tell, or the characters in the drawings I would make, or my favorite protagonists in SpongeBob or Fairly Odd Parents. I felt like there was life within everything. And even if no fellow human is around you, if you have life, then you have everything. If you are connected to the essence of who you are, then you are connected to the essence of who everyone is at heart. How can you be alone when you are the spirit of the universe? In every drop of water, in every ray of sunlight, in every leaf on the tree, there you are. And with that journey that we've had together thus far, in the year since I've been doing this live stream daily, this is the first year of many to come, and there will be many challenges along the way. And I strive to use each one as an opportunity to bring out the greatest bliss from within us all. Happy New Year, everyone. It is now midnight for me and others in the Pacific time zone. You may hear some fireworks in the background. Not for me, I don't know, probably my neighbors. We'll wait until some of them have stopped. Then we'll be ending with a meditation for tonight. Probably best to meditate when the fireworks have ended. They might have already ended. Sounded like it was just one. That's all we do here in Canada, just one. But if you're like me, in the Pacific time zone, you can check. Everything's still the same? All in working order? What has really changed? Well, the fireworks in the background are new. But everything within us is the same. Dear Nora, you ask, how do you come in such a state of mind, like cool, calm, chill, and collected? Well, what you can try is you can try not being cool. You can try not being chill, and you can try not being collected, and then ask yourself, do you want to stay like that? And if the answer is no, then it's an obvious resolution for how you want to go forward. That you will do whatever it takes in each moment to become more cool, more calm, more collected. If you know what it's like to not be peaceful, then wouldn't you naturally be drawn towards peace in everything that you are, in everything that you do? Yes, animals are very sensitive. I imagine my cat Sandy and Shadow are probably wondering what all that loud noise is. I'm afraid I don't know. I keep seeing people talk about that, dear user. But I'm afraid I'm not sure who you're referring to. Happy New Year, dear Jackie. Dear Nora, your question was more like, how can you go to my level? There are no levels, my dear. We are at the same level. I am not higher than you, you are not lower than me. We are equal. Seems like the fireworks are getting closer. Or getting more powerful. And now there is silence. We all have something we can learn from each other. But that doesn't make any of us lower or higher. Like rock, paper, scissors. See, rock looks at paper and says, whenever we are compared against each other, paper always wins. How can I be like you, oh paper? But paper is looking at scissors. And paper says, oh scissors, whenever we are compared, you always win. How can I be like you, scissors? But scissors is looking at rock and saying, oh, whenever we are compared, you always win. How can I be like you, rock? If we truly follow the chain of inspiration, it always loops back on each other. We might be able to compare ourselves individually, but when we zoom out, is any of rock, paper, or scissors better than the other? No. Each one of us has an experience that can expand on another's, which means that all of us have something for each other, and everyone has something for us. But if you want to make your mind more calm, Good luck. Because I don't think it's the nature of the mind to be calm. But the good news is that you are not your mind. So even when your mind is not calm, that doesn't mean that you aren't. The calmness of your soul is there even when your mind is chaotic. Create that space between soul and mind, and you will feel the calmness, even when the mind is wide awake. Much love, dear Diane. Happy New Year, dear Bibi. Dear Cody Jane, you share the Spanish music is really blasting now. It makes you smile. Best New Year's background music. I love that. Thank you, dear Regina, for your 2025s. Or are these the... No, these are new. Thank you. Om Vamadevaya Namo Jishtaya Namah Shurrishtaya Namo Rudraya Namah Kalaya Namah Kalavikarnaya Namo Balaya Namo Balavikarnaya Namo Balapramatanaya Namah Sarva Bhuta Damanaya Namo Manonmanaya Namah. You did stay up very late, dear Stevie G. We'll give it a few more minutes in case there's any more fireworks. And then we'll do our meditation. I love that, dear Chance. You're gonna watch your words and express the words that you express, and always appreciate your surroundings and the people around you. I love that for you, dear Chance. And you are a blessing, dear Nora. Nora is my sister's name, in fact. And so, I feel brotherly love towards you. Dear Tatvamasi, you ask, can I please reiterate that we don't have to go anywhere to reach somewhere to get enlightened? Yeah, you are in the process of enlightenment. The process of enlightenment is enlightenment. If you are working on becoming wiser, that is the highest wisdom. Let me rephrase that. If you know the value of pursuing wisdom, then you have already attained the highest wisdom. And ironically, or not ironically, but counterintuitively, the highest wisdom is not that which ends your search of truth, but enforces it and allows it to continue with that much more ease. That the best person to be is not the one who has everything figured out, but the one who is trying their best to figure it out. If the seeker is the sought, then your seeking is the MacGuffin. Now, when did you get to meet my family, dear Stevie G? Well, you've met my mother before. She sometimes makes an appearance. My family is very private, though. They don't really have a very public life. I'm an exception to that, and I still consider myself introverted in many ways. So the fact that I feel compelled to have such a public life is weird to me too. It terrifies me in many ways, but I know it's for the greater good. If I had it my way, I'd just live a nice, simple life away from anything online. But my life is more than mine to live. It is all of ours. Hello there, very important. There, now I should be a little higher than the comment section. I feel like sometimes my camera's pointing so high that I'm just a little guy at the bottom of your screen. Happy New Year's, dear Pia Valley. Dear Moonflower, thank you for your finger heart. Om Hrim Namah Shaktyai Namah. No wait, Shaktaye Namah. I just messed up that mantra in many ways. Om Hrim Namah Shaktaye. There. Salutations to the Divine Feminine. Dear Seb, you wish you had a brother like me. You do. If you want to see me as a brother, as a son, you're welcome to. I would say father, but that also has implications that I don't want to go down right now. I'm also much too young for that. But one day I hope to look upon children as my own child. I just feel like a child still, so it's not appropriate. Hello, dear Sherlock. 1925 or 3025? In this new year, we may celebrate the year 2025. We may also celebrate all years that end in 25. In fact, let us celebrate all years. May every year be one that we celebrate this year. Alright, I think enough time has passed and the fireworks have subsided. So we can end the live stream with a guided meditation. Actually, it's not a guided meditation. It's just a mantra meditation. Let me transition now. Here we are in the Nididhyasana scene. I like to end the lives with, or let me just explain in general for those that don't know. Sanghas are traditionally divided into 3 parts. I've just adapted them to modern times. Begins with Shurr-avana, reading from a spiritual scripture. Instead of a spiritual scripture, we've been reading from a spiritual novel, Moksha. That's called Shurr-avana, the listening part. And then the middle portion is dedicated to discussing the truths of that scripture. I leave that open to a Q&A called Manana. And then we end with Nididhyasana, which is supplementary practices to lock in the things that we have been exploring together. I like to dedicate a meditation for that. In case you didn't know why we divide our lives like that, they correspond to 3 different levels of understanding. Having heard something, level 1. Having intellectually understood something, level 2. And having put that understanding into practice to make it a direct realization, step 3. Yeah, our firework budget in Canada is over. We had a total of 3 fireworks. Now it's time to meditate. For our meditation, given that this is the new year, I thought we'd begin the new year with a mantra to remove obstacles. It's a pretty standard mantra to chant whenever you're beginning a new journey, a new adventure. Let me tell you a little bit about it. Don't be overwhelmed by this information. And if you're watching this recording, you're welcome to skip ahead to the meditation. Let me tell you all there is to know to empower this mantra. In the Hindu tradition, Ganesha, also known as Ganapati in this mantra, is one of the most beloved and widely worshipped forms of the divine. He is typically recognized by his elephant head and childlike body, symbolizing both wisdom and innocence. Often called the remover of obstacles, Lord Ganesha is invoked at the start of important events and new beginnings, whether that's the beginning of a new project, the celebration of a festival, or the start of a new year. You may be asking, who is Ganesha and why does he matter? Well, for one, he's the remover of obstacles. Ganesha is traditionally called upon first in any endeavor to clear away difficulties and bring success. His presence is considered a source of blessings and auspicious energy. He is Shri Ganapati. The name Ganapati means the leader of the Ganas, referring to the celestial attendants or energies that serve him. This symbolizes his leadership and protective nature over the cosmic order. And knowledge and wisdom. Ganesha's elephant head represents wisdom, intellectual clarity, and the power to discriminate between what is beneficial and what may hold one back. Now the mantra. Om Gang Ganapataye Namah. Breaking it down, Om is the primordial sound, often seen as the vibration of the universe. Gang is Ganesha's bija, or seed syllable, encapsulating his energy and essence. Ganapataye means to Ganapati, another name for Ganesha, as we said. Namah translates to salutations, or I bow, or I offer my respects. By chanting this mantra, devotees symbolically bow to the obstacles that Ganesha can help remove, opening the way for smooth progress. And repetition of the mantra is believed to invoke Ganesha's guidance, protection, and auspicious blessings. So what is the significance for chanting this mantra on New Year celebrations, or just the celebration of a new year in general? Well, of course, it represents new beginnings. Globally, the start of a new year is a time for fresh intentions and renewed hope. Ganesha, as the patron of beginnings, is often included in prayers and ceremonies to mark the transition into the new year on a positive and uplifting note. Clearing the way. Many people wish to remove negativity, limiting beliefs, or difficulties as they step into the next phase of life. Offering prayers or chanting Ganesha's mantra is a way to symbolically clear the path for success and contentment in the year ahead. Cultivating positivity. The act of chanting a mantra is known to calm the mind, bring focus, and promote positivity. Doing so on the beginning of the new year can set a peaceful and purposeful tone for the rest of the year. So, here are some suggestions. Create a sacred space. If possible, find a quiet area to sit comfortably. You may place an image or a small statue of Ganesha if you have, or you can bring up a picture on your phone, or imagine an elephant head along with a candle or incense that feels appropriate. Set an intention, inwardly or aloud. State what you hope to invite into your life in this new year, whether it's clarity, success, positivity or good health. As we begin chanting, Om Gang Ganapataye Namah, slowly, focusing on each syllable. You may use a mala. I will be using them. If you wish, commonly chanting 108 times, which is what we will do, or any number that feels significant to you. And we'll conclude with gratitude. When we finish the chanting session, we'll pause for a moment of silence. We'll offer thanks either to Ganesha or simply to the sense of higher guidance that you feel, acknowledging the blessings already present in your life. So, incorporating Ganesha's mantra into our New Year's observance is a cross-cultural way to honor both ancient wisdom and the universal wish for a smooth, auspicious beginning. Whether we engage in a simple moment of reflection or are part of a gathering like this one that includes collective chanting, calling upon Ganesha's blessings can bring a sense of confidence, clarity, and optimism for whatever the new year may bring. You may see on the screen that I've put some pointers for pronunciation. The O's and the E's are long. The M with a dot under it are nasalized. So actually, instead of gum, you might actually even hear an NG kind of sound. Gang. Because that's the nasal sound that appears before guttural sound, like at the beginning of Ganapataye. And that N with a dot beneath it, you have to curl your tongue back to pronounce it. So instead of touching your tip of your tongue to your teeth, or the ridge behind your teeth, try to curl your tongue back and tap the bottom of it against your hard palate for Gana or Napataye. It might sound a little darker, Ganapataye. And finally, that H with a dot under it at the end of Nama is a little exhale. Beautiful feature of Sanskrit. The breath is incorporated phonetically. At the end of this mantra, we exhale. I'll turn the music down and we'll begin momentarily. There we are. Good question, dear Mirna. The T is not curled. Perhaps in other languages it's traditional to curl your tongue for other dental sounds, or other sounds that sound dental to us in English. In English, everything is dental, nothing is retroflex, nothing makes you curl your tongue back. But when we're using the international alphabet of Sanskrit transliteration, you'll know when a sound is retroflex if it has a dot beneath it. Dots can mean many things, but under N's and T's and D's, that signifies whether it's retroflex or not. So the T in Ganapataye is just with your teeth. You don't curl it back. How you would in English, for example. We'll be using the Rudraksha Mala to count to 108. I'll begin slowly, and don't worry about exact pronunciation. We'll speed up as we continue. Aum Gang Ganapataye Namah. 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 Aum Ganganapataye 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 Namah. Ganganapataye Namah. Gam. Salutations to Ganapati, Ganesha, the remover of obstacles. May all those who hear this mantra benefit from its meaning as the embodiment of wisdom, buddhi. May we all discern the path forward of least resistance upwards in our year ahead, and every obstacle that comes our way, may we find a way around it. Namaste. That concludes our meditation. That concludes our nididhyasana. That concludes our live stream. Thank you everyone for being here. I'm so grateful to be able to celebrate New Year's multiple times throughout this live stream with all of you in different time zones. Thank you, dear Tom Terrific, for having subscribed and sent a subscription to Big Thug Nasty, to Sav Jolie, to PR Girly, Valley Wings, and Mary. I'm grateful that you find the space to be beneficial for you, and that you extend that generosity to include others here too. Om Agorebhyo ta Gorebhyo Aghora Ghore Tarebhya Sarvatash Sarva Sarvebhyo Namaste Rudra Rupebhya. Happy New Year to you all. Thank you, Hybrid Zen, for your 10 roses. Om Tatpurushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudraf Prachodayat. Happy New Year, dear Giovanna. Sleep well, dear Katarina. Dear Tattvamasi, thank you for your 6 roses. Om Ishana Sarva Vidyanam Ishvar Sarva Bhutanam Brahma Dipati Brahmano Dhipatir Brahma Shivo Mestu Sa Eva Sada Shiva Om. The instrument in my hand is called a Manjira. But if you look at the Wikipedia page for a Manjira, you'll discover that it is probably the most named instrument. Here are just some of the names that the Manjira is also called. It's also called Tal, Jalra, Karatala, Kartal, or Guinea. It's a type of Ghanavadya. The word tal comes from the Sanskrit tala, which literally means a clap. The pair of hand symbols in English. In Nepal, it's known as the Jamta. Jamta. And in Tibetan culture, it's known as a Tingsha. And many more names, but we'll stop there. Dear Hopscott, thank you for your 11 roses too. Om Bhairava Rudraya Maharudraya Kala Rudraya Kalpanta Rudraya Veera Rudraya Rudra Rudraya Ghora Rudraya Aghora Rudraya Martanda Rudraya Anda Rudraya Brahmanda Rudraya Chanda Rudraya Prachanda Rudraya Thanda Rudraya Shura Rudraya Veera Rudraya Bhava Rudraya Bhima Rudraya Atala Rudraya Vitala Rudraya Sutala Rudraya Mahatala Rudraya Rasatala Rudraya Talatala Rudraya Namo Namaha. Oh, I forgot Patala Rudraya at the end before the Namo Namaha. Thank you, dear Moonflower, for your rosa. Om Haum Jum Saha Om Bhur Bhuvaswaha Om Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukam Iva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiya Mamritat Om Swaha Bhuvaha Bhuhu Om Saha Jum Haum Om. Hello, dear Amanda. How are you feeling now? Dear Muna, you share that Manjira in Arabic means flute. That's funny. I don't think I can blow into these. Nope. Happy New Year, dear Jarek. Thank you, Hybrid Gen, for your heart meme. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. I love you too, dear Pinkie Pie. Rest well, dear Moonflower. Alright, this will conclude our live stream today. A good almost 6-hour live stream. I'm grateful to have spent the last year doing these live streams daily, and I look forward to continuing to do them in the new year. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Om Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Mritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. Om. May there be peace in us. May there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Can I show you how to spell the instrument in the hand? Just search up hand symbols. I know it's difficult translating Indian words. Just remember hand symbols, because that's what they are. They're symbols that are so small, you can keep them in your hand, just like that. But in Sanskrit, tal, so easy. T-A-A-L. Tal. They have a lot of names, apparently. That's true, but thank you for helping out, dear Val. Thank you, dear Tatwamasi. Happy New Year's, dear Savlim. If anyone wants to join the Discord server, everyone is welcome. This live stream will also be uploaded to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel, which you may already be watching from the future. Isn't that cool? And the meditation and the readings and the show and tells, they're all in their own playlists there too, in case you ever want to check those out. Up to you. It's there for you. Namaste, dear Gina, Gina, Gina. Sounds like you're feeling a little hungover, dear Amanda. Oh, I don't mean to laugh at you, but I'm grateful that you could use your experience as an opportunity to remind others of alternative ways of experiencing celebration, joy, etc. May you all have a wonderful rest of your new year, but most importantly, may you all have a wonderful rest of a much shorter duration of time, be it your night, your evening, your afternoon, your morning. Thank you to my lovely moderators for helping keep the peace here too. May you all have a most wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.